Suicide note. Mitchel, Heisman. Ordinary people seem not to realize that those who really apply themselves in the right way to philosophy are directly and of their own accord preparing themselves for dying and death. If this is true, and they have actually been looking forward to death all their lives, it would, of course, be absurd to be troubled when the thing comes for which they have so long been preparing and looking forward. Socrates, Phaedo. This work is free and licensed by Mitchel Heisman for copying and distribution under a Creative Commons Attribution, non-commercial, no derivative works. 3. United States License. Overview. Exordia. Freedom of speech on trial. How the very act of repressing this work can verify its freedom of speech hypothesis, an experiment in nihilism. What the hell happened to reason? Part 1. God is technology, how the singularity of monotheism transcended biology and primed. The technological genesis of God, the seditious genius of the spiritual penis of Jesus, how Christianity's subversion of kin selective altruism evolved into the modern idea of social progress, absolute purity, the secularization of hell within the desecration machine of Auschwitz. Part 2. A vendetta called revolution, how ethnic hostility between Anglo-Saxons and the Normans who conquered them evolved into liberal democracy. Converse cognates why the Norman conquest was the world. Historical ass. Kicking that deflected the English-speaking world from the German path to Nazism, creating God, and the evolution of genetic suicide, why liberal democracy leads to the rational biological self-destruction of humans, and the rational technological creation of God. Terminus. The punchline background research for an experimental elimination of self-preservation and other biasing biological factors, selected bibliography. What suicide note would be complete without a bibliography? Table of contents. Overview. Table of contents. 2. Freedom of speech on trial. An experiment in nihilism. 20. What the hell happened to reason? Open your mind to death. Evil, base and insane. God is technology. Overthrowing ourselves. To generate the greatest greatness would be greater. The scientific verification of the God hypothesis. Creation of civilization. Singularity and secularization. The first revolution, 43.0, 6, 101, 108. 2 Jews, 3 opinions, 4 factions, 101. The Godfather, slave technology engineered to be the purpose of the universe. Bonding bamboo. 118. Beyond nurture and nature. 129. Born to learn. 129. The oldest trick in the good book. 134 people of the meddler. 140 juicing with Meta Moses. 144. The agony of victory. 150. Korach's rebellion. 150. The unchosen, 164 disaster is success. 162 success les disaster. 165 Lex ideas are not created equal. 169 Egalitarianism's master race. 189 Planet of the Apes. 173 The elimination of selection. 134 Ode to Capitalism. 190 208 208 The Genesis of God. Between Auschwitz and the singularity, from incorporation to symbolization, the ancient rupture off biological nature's path. 216 Intelligence and Prophecy. 224 The Singularity, the ultimate synthesis of Athens. Reason in Revelation. 232 232 Does logic dictate that an artificial intelligence requires a religion? 262 Founding the Transcendental World. City of the Mind of God. Conception. Virtue. Supersession. 285 285 302 317 337 Creation and Destruction. The seditious genius of the spiritual penis of Jesus. Supernatural rapist. Jesus of Nazareth, or how a half-Gentile outsider became a Jewish insider, turning Jewish values outside in. Christianity, or how a half-Jewish outsider became a Gentile insider, turning Gentile veins inside out. Christian family values. Have you hated your mother today? 392. 392. Some are more equal than others in God's kingdom. 410. Good news. The Trojan horse returns here. 422. Christian altruism, the selfish meme. 422. How Rome was raped by Jesus' penis of the Spirit, contracting a deadly virus. Rupture and rapture. 431. 443. Rupture, how Christ hijacked the moral compass of the West. The hypocrisy industry. The Christian collapse into capitalism. Jesus and Marx, prophets of the left. 443, 443, 457, 463. Rapture, the end of the world, rule of the selfish gene. Jesus saves your soul on God's hard drive. 473, 473. Judaism for the Gentiles. 481. The end. 488. Absolute purity. 507. Love kills. 508. Agon. 508. Hitler's most beautiful words. 508. Enemies of our soul. 512. The noble Aryan anus, the logic of world destruction. 518. 528. Theorems of the Hitler system. 528. Typical Jewish un-Jewishness. Judaism in music, the desecration machine. Hitler refutes Marx, the Industrial Revolution of genocide. Autogenocidal subclaves in a death factory. 582. 538, 544, 550. 550. Christkillers. 576. Jesus was the Second World War. Kingdom of Hell. God was dead. Racial relativism. A vendetta called revolution. Overcoming human being. Attack of the in-laws. And 4004 Bund 31. 636 632 and 12 633. Plan A, revolt. Freedom fighter affalled. Plan B, revolution. Repressed restorers re-swoken New England, Old England. The American evolution, a study in tribal warfare. 652. Dirty Little Secret. 853 Race and Revolution. 654 Conquering the Conquest, or Enlightened Saxon Contriam. 658. The Pacala Revolution. 685 Barack Obara, Supermega. 675 Bringing Down the House. 883 Cutting the Gordian Knot with Occam's Razor. 690 Connecting the Turning Points. 698 Biological Bases of the Collective Unconscious. 703 Founding America against the British founding. 708 A Tale of Two Races. 713 De-emphasized. The Forbidden Notion. 717 The Continuity of Change. 723 Finding Our Fish Fathers. 726 The Norman Yoke, Incubator of Liberal Democracy. The English Caste System. Predatory Kin Selection. 731. 731 The State of Nature. 738 Bested. 749 The Peculiar Institution of the Right of Conquest. 756 The Norman Destruction of the Anglo-Saxon Aristocracy and Other Genetically Adaptive Behaviors. 759 Magna Carta, Liberalizing the Rights of Conquest from Kingly Monopoly to Norman Aristocracy. 768 Collecting the Warglid. 775 Warrant for Insurrection. 779 Enlightened about the Good Old Cause. 779 The Blood Feudal System. 786 1660 and 1086. 792 Edmund Burke's Argument against Ancient Anglo-Saxon Tradition. 804 When did the Anglo-Saxons stop being conquered? 810 America was not conquered by William the Norman. 815 America versus Jefferson. 822 Forefathers and Forefathers. 830 Masters of the Anglo-Saxon World. 836 Unnatural Government. 840 for Anti-Normanism. 851 A Race Unfit for Democracy and Liberty. 852. Big Brother is other. 855. Restoration as revolution. 862. Liberalism as conservatism. 867. Hippos of the right. 871. Let all sorts have freedom. 875. Universal ethnocentrism. 875. Supernigger. 884. Gang-related. 884. Apartheid. Idealized. 888. Revolt of the Conquerors. The failed founding of a new 1066 in America. 800. Manifest Destinies. The peculiar revolution meets the new good old cause. 902. Philosophy of Slavery. The brave new Norman yoke of George Fitzhugh. 910. The Lost Causes. 929. Affirmative action for the Anglo-Saxon race. 935. Founding Fomoniates. 943. Unnatural selection. 943. The political failure of Anglo-Saxon patriarchy. 947. Body Palax. 950. Victory of defeat. The Norman contribution to liberal democracy. The Great Transmogrification. Lincoln the Conqueror. Maga Paradox. Unentangling. Alliances. An experiment in allottocracy. From multiculturalia to universalism to multiculturalism. 1005. Thomas Hobbes, philosopher of the Twilight Zone. The English Civil War and the End of History. Puritanical sexual perversion. Defeat, retreat, repest. What is America? Welcome to the afterlife. Death and resurrection. The martyr of Lincolnshire. Beginning of the end. Secularization. The unification of church and state. Americanism. The Anglo-Jewish convergence. 1057, 980, 2970, 4900, and 27, and 27, a 960, 2960. The Puritan. The Anglo-Saxon self-conquest. The Anglo-Jews. Sen communism. Let my people goal. Cathedral of commerce. Clash of classes. 1057 1000 and 64 1000 and 70 1000 and 78 1000 and 82 1003. How Marx borrowed Britain's class-focal lenses and saw the end of history. Locke and Shylock. 6 1000 and 94 1102. The Sherwood Forest Laws. 1108. Socialism as slavery. The Sherwood Forest. 1130. The Norman Colernity. 1134. Converse cognates. 1158. English Sonderweg. William I, conqueror of the Anglo-Saxon race. 1159. 1100s. The second founding of America, a new Norman yoke in the New World. 1108. How did the Anglo-Saxons become a race of individuals? 1176 when, in England, D as the French do. 1187, Normans and Naxal. 1187. The Norman conquest of Germanic destiny. 1087 Master Races Revolutionary Restorations. French connections. Déjà vu. 1190, 1192, 1195, 1195. The overthrow of being 1201. The Protestants 1215 treachery to the gentian spirit. 1227 kind king. 1236 William the Vivisector. 1236. Classes discrimination and the refinement of English tribelles. 1244. The Puritan ethnic consolence, dishonor before death. 1265 From Hobbits to Hobbes. 1273. Blood Lake, Fantasies of Heatings. 1273–1281. Harold defeats William. In national elections, Normans go back to Normandy. 10. We have lost all our andant characteristic, and are become a bundle of contradictions, myths that kill history and natural right. William the Contractor? 1287, 1300s, 1307, 1307. Unity versus equality. The Neil Constitution. The political as enemy, traitor, foe fatherland. 1312, 1322, 1330 1336, 1342. Double negative nationalism, liberty versus liberty. Blood feud and civilization. 1346, 1351, 1369, reduced to the level of Anglo-Saxons. 369. Science and struggle. -1330. The Cold War. 1380. The physics of the modern political cyborg. 1387. America. Carcass of the Saxon nation. The gods play dice, whole parts, part wholes, and protein synthials. Analytic philosophers and other hypocritical organisms. Slime mold and Ubermensch. 1425. Tragedy versus tyranny. 1432. 2 times, 13x41, and all that. 1438. The inequality of political reductionism. 1438. Survive to adapt. 1443. Theory of all one historical ass-kicking. 1461. Storming Normandy. 1481. Hitler reveals the origins of Nazi defest. 1461. Still fighting the Normans. 1466. The Germans against the humans. 1470. Might makes rights democratization. The Anglo-Saxon conquest. Neither completeness nor consistency. Lebensraum within. The price of freedom. The surrealist movement in politics. The logic of Western civilizational self-destruction. Tolerance for the divine right of kings. Multicultural celebrations of nihilism. culture clash with cessation, creating God, and the evolution of genetic suicide. Agon, God versus the Gods. Darwin's Genes. 1526, 1527, 1827. How the Anglo-Saxon defeat of 1066 has universalized into the prospective defeat of the entire biological human race. 1536. Overcoming Nietzsche in The Creation of God, How to Breed a God. Mastering the Race. American Dracula. Battle Cry of Pragmatism. Anschluss with America. Hypocrites and Pragmatists. 1558, 1558, 1571, 1577, 1577, 1583, 1589. Sacrilegious for the Race. The Anglo-Saxon Conquest of the Germans. 1502. Mar the Normans' Conquest of German Americans. Monkey Wrench in the Gene Machine. Meet the Individual. On the Inferiority of Racism, Race Reinvented. Living in the Afterlife. The Socio-Biological Logic of Individualism. The New Provincialism. The Child. Tyrant. 1609, 1614. A Liberal Democracy. The Final Solution to Human Problem. 1827. 23. Where Pragmatism Doesn't Work. 1633. The Means to Our End. 1638. The Brothers Frankenborg. 1038. How to Create God by Getting Rich. 1647. Is it wrong to discriminate against God? 1647. The Constitutional Rule of God. 1551. Marx was wrong, and the human capitalist system will self-destruct. 1659, when the human race is out of a job. 1659, Overcoming Marx in The Creation of God. The Dark Side of Optimism versus the Bright Side. 1665. Of Pessimism, Above Olympus. D. Domesday. Imperator Caesar, Son of God. 1677, 1682. 18,821,882. Tolerance for greater economic inequality, greater genetic inequality, and other forms of diversity. 1688. Revolt of the Genes. 1099. Twilight of the Gods. How the Normans sculpted the Anglo-Saxon race, pruning the eugenicists from the evolutionary tree. The Tectum of God. The Punchline. 1739. The Value of Facts. 1741. All scientists are liars on the origins of hydrophobia. Separating facts from values. Outlaw science. 1741. 1745. 1752. 1761. Locke's palimpsest. Forget. This date, 1006. The socio-biological rhesus of the table raise. 1760, only 1760, only 1769. The Metaphysics of Freedom, from Norman Determinum, 1774. Erasing Race, Enlightened Ethnic Cleansing, 17,781,778. From Foe, Fathers to the Race, Fallacy, The Root of Modern Reason, 1784, 1789. The Politics of Scientific Verification, The Freedom System Which Way to the Backwards Idea of Progress, 1796, 1806. The Anglo-Saxon Genus for Genetically Maladaptive Behavior, 1810. The Scientific Method of Destruction. Truth and Death, Philosophy, Cosmology, Singularity, New Jersey. Overcoming Blast Science as Technology as Solanos. Overthrowing Myself. 1837. Geometry of Thanatology. 1837. Me, Theory. 1842. Bringing Down the Hierarchies of My Mind. 1850. A Laugh with Death. 1954. Funny Thing Happened on the Way to Nihilistic Self-Destruction, 1854. Same Lie to Live by 1858. Happiness, Wonder, Laughter, Love. 1874. Selected Bibliography. 1884. Freedom of Speech on Trial. If my hypothesis is correct, this work will be repressed. It should not be surprising if justice is not done to the evidence presented here. It should not be unexpected that these arguments will not be given a fair hearing. It is not unreasonable to think that this work will not be judged on its merits. This work contains a theoretical application of sociobiology to politics. Simply discussing its theories publicly can constitute an experimental test of liberal democracy's original Enlightenment claim to advance freedom of rational inquiry. Such a discussion can clarify the extent and the particular ways in which these original Enlightenment self-justifications have been politically abandoned. The attempt to repress, rather than address the evidence in this work, for example, can clarify that there are arguments of substance that are being denied a right to be heard. Persistent intolerance of certain kinds of rational inquiry can clarify that civilized means of public discourse have broken down. The basic problem with a socio-biological self-analysis for liberal democracy is that it does what its free speech principles were designed to do. Sociobiology can help expose the distortions, lies, and falsehoods of the powers that be, that power being liberal democracy itself. Findings of sociobiology have refuted the original theory of human nature underlying liberal democracy. The constitutional right to freedom of speech was built upon this pre-Darwinian view of man that findings of sociobiology have refuted. In consequence, an accurate sociobiological theory of liberal democracy presents the fundamental test of this political system's claims to freedom speech. The system cannot be understood on the basis on its own premises and assumptions. This socio-biological theory about liberal democracy requires going beyond liberal democracy, and this is what makes socio-biological self-understanding inherently controversial and liable to be repressed within a liberal democracy. Those who think that sociobiology fully applied to the human political sphere should expect a fair hearing on the grounds of freedom of speech have committed an error. The error falls not on liberal democracy itself, but on those who have overestimated it as a political system, failing to grasp its inherent limitations. Even under ideal conditions, the freedom of speech method cannot be expected to publicly separate empirically true statements from empirically falsified statements in every instance. The empirical validity of the theories in this work cannot be expected to be verified by the public freedom of speech method of liberal democracy. The freedom of speech hypothesis states that since the controversial nature of sociobiology in a liberal democracy cannot fundamentally be fixed, the repression of this work may empirically verify this theory of liberal democracy through the very act of repressing it. It also applies to other related sociobiological theories. Unwarranted rejection of this sociobiological theory of liberal democracy should follow, not accidentally and randomly, but predictably and routinely, from those socialized or invested in the system. Repeated rejection or repression of this work, in the face of overwhelming evidence, should inspire, not surprise, but boredom. Its regularity would have the character of a general law, and hence, I call it the freedom of speech hypothesis. Testing this hypothesis in the form of a free, open, and ongoing public debate would constitute what Tocqueville called an experiment in democracy. Can we speak with freedom about the things that demonstrate the limits of freedom of speech? The freedom of speech hypothesis predicts only that attempts will be made at repression, not whether or not these attempts will be successful. The only scientific way to verify or falsify the freedom of speech hypothesis would be to collect evidence of repression, whether successful or not, of it and related sociobiological theories. Examples of evidence that could constitute its verification include more than the inhibition of the distribution of this work. Silent, inconspicuous, and seemingly innocuous methods of repression that preempt even the opportunity for consideration of alternatives, and extirpate even the awareness of the existence of other points of view, are so often the most effective. After all, why should censors burn books or other media when they can simply pull them from access or availability? Ultimately, the methods available for repression are flexible and multifarious. Consequently, any attempted or actual repression could constitute a verification of the freedom of speech hypothesis, regardless of the particular adaptable, evolving, and unpredictable means of repression. There should be no bar for anyone to access this work. This work should be distributed for free, not for profit. I will likely be unable to defend its content against further evidence for its repression through media manipulations, such as falsification, misrepresentation, decontextualization, and distortion. I can only point out that to verify a position, the position itself must first be disclosed in its veracity. Yet the question remains whether the theories presented in this work stand up to the evidence or not. The problem is this: if the views expressed in this work are only attacked, dismissed, denounced, repudiated, maligned, or vilified with slander, defamation, marginalization, misrepresentation, or denigration, how can one tell if this is only a method of evading the real issues of substance? The substance of one person's disagreement might be unreasoned, ideological political value commitments. For such a person, rational reflection on human nature might be less important than the political outcome, that the theories presented here are ultimately discredited. This criterion holds no less for anyone who agrees on scientific grounds. There is no reason to assume that one can resolve one's integrity as a scientist with one's commitments as a political partisan. In response, I stress that what is scientifically relevant is not whether one agrees or disagrees, but why one agrees or disagrees. What are the reasons a given theory might be accepted or rejected? If one thinks that I am wrong, then demonstrate why I am wrong. If one claims to judge this thesis by its scientific merits rather than unreasoned loyalty to extra scientific commitments, then there is no need whatsoever to repress it, and one should be able to confront my arguments point by point. Can the critic offer a better explanation of the evidence than the ones presented in this work? Why should anyone be convinced by anything less than an alternative theory that can better account for all of the evidence? I challenge anyone to resist public and political pressures and confront this application of sociobiology to politics on the basis of its scientific merits. The Saxon-Norman origin of liberal democracy in the English-speaking world is the key to understanding why the discoveries of sociobiology have appeared to be so congenitally politically controversial. Stated briefly, a long-term consequence of the Norman conquest of England in 1066 was a nepotistic class system imposed over the defeated Anglo-Saxons. Yet, as Thomas Jefferson put it, although this constitution was violated and set at naught by Norman force, yet force cannot change right. A perpetual claim was kept up by the nation for a restoration of their Saxon laws. This ongoing kinship ethnic conflict broke out most radically as the English Civil War, 1642 to 1651, the American War for Independence, 1775 to 83, and the American Civil War, 1861 to 65. Liberal democracy in the English-speaking world originated in part through the evolution of this tribal struggle. As a logical fulfillment of the Enlightenment founding of liberal democracy, this work puts liberal democracy on trial. It is a test of liberal democratic justice. If based on its own standards of justice, the evidence can be judged on its merits, unmarred by political interests. It is a test of whether America can be true to itself. 1 Jefferson, Writings, 1490. An experiment in nihilism. How much truth does a spirit endure? How much truth does it dare? Friedrich Nietzsche, Ecce Homo. What the hell happened to reason? The following is an experiment in nihilism. Already I have contradicted myself. How can one believe in disbelief? I might be a nihilist except that I don't believe in anything. If there is no extant God and no extant gods, no good and no evil, no right and no wrong, no meaning and no purpose, if there are no values that are inherently valuable, no justice that is ultimately justifiable, no reasoning that is fundamentally rational, then there is no sane way to choose between science, religion, racism, philosophy, nationalism. Art, conservatism, nihilism, liberalism, surrealism, fascism, asceticism, egalitarianism, subjectivism, elitism, ismism. If reason is incapable of deducing ultimate, non-arbitrary human ends, and nothing can be judged as ultimately more important than anything else, then freedom is equal to slavery, cruelty is equal to kindness, love is equal to hate, war is equal to peace, dignity is equal to contempt, destruction is equal to creation, life is equal to death, and death is equal to life. For why has the advent of nihilism become necessary? Asked Friedrich Nietzsche. Because the values we have had hitherto thus draw their final consequence. Because nihilism represents the ultimate logical conclusion of our great values and ideals. Because we must experience nihilism before we can find out what value these values really had. Was Nietzsche right? An absurd question that constitutes the crisis of an internally collapsed Western civilization. In the words of Leo Strauss, the crisis of modernity reveals itself in the fact, or consists in the fact, that modern Western man no longer knows what he wants, that he no longer believes that he can know what is good and bad, what is right and wrong. Until a few generations ago, it was generally taken for granted that man can know what is right and wrong. What is the just, or the good, or the best order of society? In a word, that political philosophy is possible and necessary. In our time, this faith has lost its power. Above all, as is generally admitted, modern culture is emphatically rationalistic, believing in the power of reason. Surely if such a culture loses its faith in reason's ability to validate its highest aims, it is in a crisis. Uncertain of uncertainty, skeptical of skepticism, it seems that the most important question is whether there is an important question. The only serious question is whether there is anything to take seriously. What has previously been considered of value or importance appears as only an expression of myth, bias. Error. Open your mind to death. There is a very popular opinion that choosing life is inherently superior to choosing death. This belief that life is inherently preferable to death is one of the most widespread superstitions. This bias constitutes one of the most obstinate mythologies of the human species. This prejudice against death, however, is a kind of xenophobia. Discrimination against death is simply assumed good and right. Absolutist faith in life is commonly a result of the unthinking conviction that existence or survival along with an irrational fear of death, is good. This unreasoned conviction in the rightness of life over death is like a god or a mass delusion. Life is the noble lie, the common secular religion of the West. For the conventional Westerner, the obvious leap of faith to make here is that one's self and its preservation constitute the first measure of rationality. Yet if one begins reasoning with the unquestioned premise that life is good, or that one's own life or any life is justified, this is very different from bringing that premise itself to be questioned rationally. Anyone who has ever contemplated his or her own mortality might question the ultimate sanity of the premise of self-preservation. Even if it is possible to live forever, moreover, this makes not an iota of difference as to the question of the value of existence. Most people are so prejudiced on this issue that they simply refuse to even consider the possibilities of death. Humans tend to be so irrationally prejudiced towards the premise of life that rational treatment of death seldom sees the light of day. Most people will likely fall back on their most thoughtless convictions, intuitions, and instincts, instead of attempting to actually think through their biases, much less overcome them. Yet is choosing death irrational? For what reason? For most people, irrationality apparently refers to a subjectivity experience in which their fear of death masters them, as opposed to the discipline of mastering one's fear of death. By irrational, they mean that they feel compelled to bow down before this master. An individual is free, apparently, when he or she is too scared to question obedience to the authority of the fear of death. This unquestioned slavery to the most common and unreasonable instincts is what, in practice, liberal individualists call rationalism. Most common moral positions justify and cloak this fear of death. And like any traditional authority, time has gathered a whole system of rituals, conventions, and customs to maintain its authority and power as unquestionable, inevitable, and fated. Fear of death as the true, the good, and the beautiful. For most people, fear of death is the unquestionable master that establishes all other hierarchies, both social hierarchies and the hierarchies within one's own mind. Most are humbly grateful for the very privilege of obedience and do not want to be free. I propose opening your mind towards the liberation of death, towards exposing this blind faith in life as a myth, a bias, and an error. To overcome this delusion, the magic spell of pious reverence for life over death must be broken. To do so is to examine the faith in life that has been left unexamined, the naive secular and non-secular faith in life over death. Opening one's mind to death emerges from the attempt to unshackle one's mind from the limitations of all borders. It leads to overcoming all biological boundaries, including borders between the self and the larger world. It reaches towards the elimination of biologically based prejudices altogether, including prejudice towards biological self-preservation. The attempt to go beyond ethnocentrism and anthropomorphism leads towards overcoming the prejudices of what I call viviocentrism or life-centeredness. Just as overcoming ethnocentrism requires recognition of the provincialism of ethnic values, overcoming viviocentrism emerges from the recognition of the provincialism of life values. Viviocentric provincialism is exposed through an enlarged view from our planet, our solar system, our galaxy, and the limits of our knowledge of the larger cosmos we live in. Overcoming the prejudice against death, then, is only an extension and continuation of the Western project of eliminating bias, especially biologically based biases, that is, race or sex-based biases. The liberation of death is only the next step in the political logic that has hitherto sought to overcome prejudices based on old assumptions of a fixed biological human nature. Its opposite is an Aristotelian, teleological conception of nature, a nature of natural slaves, natural aristocracy, natural patriarchy, natural inferiority of women, natural racial kinds, natural heterosexuality, and, finally, natural self-preservation. This older teleological view suggests that individual self-preservation is an expression of a fixed biologically based nature that culture and/or reason is incapable of changing, altering, or overcoming. Just as it was considered unnatural or even insane that men be loosed from natural subordination to their king, or that women be unchained from natural subordination to their fathers and husbands, today it is considered unnatural that death be liberated from its natural subordination to the tyranny of life. From this point of view, one can recognize that the pro-choice stance on abortion and the right to die stance on euthanasia have already opened paths over conventional pro-life superstitions. These developments towards the liberation of biological death may lead to what may be the highest fulfillment of egalitarian progress, the equality of life and death. Further liberations of death should challenge one's convictions in the same way that egalitarianisms of the past have challenged common assumptions and convictions. The equality of all men, the equality of the races, the equality of the sexes, the equality of sexual orientations, the equality of the biological and physical, and the equality of life and death. Overcoming the will to live, then, represents one of the final steps in overcoming the provincial and primitive life instincts probably inherited from our evolutionary past, that is, inclinations towards patriarchy, authoritarianism, sexism, kinism, and racism. It is not only a contribution to civilization, but a culmination of the progress of civilization, that is, the application of reason to human existence. Only when the will to live itself is civilized can one be free to acknowledge that reason itself does not dictate a bias towards life. Having come so far, the unquestioned viviocentrism of the West can no longer hold. As George Steiner foresaw in his tentative prospectus for the post-cultural West, we open the successive doors in Bluebeard's castle because they are there, because each leads to the next by a logic of intensification, which is that of the mind's own awareness of being. To leave one door closed would be not only cowardice, but a betrayal, radical, self-mutilating, of the inquisitive, probing, forward-tense stance of our species. We are hunters after reality, wherever it may lead. The risk, the disasters incurred are flagrant. But so is, or has been until very recently, the axiomatic assumption and a priori of our civilization, which holds that man and truth are companions, that their roads lie forward and are dialectically cognate. We cannot turn back. We cannot choose the dreams of unknowing. We shall, I expect, open the last door in the castle, even if it leads, perhaps because it leads, on to realities which are beyond the reach of human comprehension and control. We shall do so with that desolate clairvoyance, so marvelously rendered in Bartók's music, because opening doors is the tragic merit of our identity. Evil, base, and insane. In a polemic against the value relativism implicit in the work of sociologist Max Weber, Leo Strauss wrote, "I contend that Weber's thesis necessarily leads to nihilism, or to the view that every preference, however evil, base, or insane, has to be judged before the tribunal of reason to be as legitimate as any other preference." Tix. Most liberal Democrats have not appreciated Leo Strauss's serious search for the good, the best, and the sane, but perhaps some will when faced with certain alternatives. Should the truth be openly pursued, no matter what, even if it kills us? The problem of philosophy is that the paradoxes of nihilism may constitute the most universal condition or highest principle that rational thought has progressed. At the very pinnacle of rational Western thought lays the proposition that life is meaningless. Is this the most comprehensive insight that human reason is capable? Is this the fundamental conclusion that every experience, all knowledge, and every moment of living existence must come to terms with? If the rational life leads to the nihilistic life, what are the consequences of a living intelligence whose highest organizing principle is this hypothetical nothingness? What would it mean, in concrete terms, to live a rational life according the insight of the nihilistic? What would be the ultimate consequence of applying the hypothesis of unmeaning to every belief, every thought, every action, every emotion, every purpose, and every goal? To nausea, to fear, to love, to terror. Can one live a philosophy of the nihilistic, reconciling meaninglessness with every thought and emotion at every moment? If active unbelief were the highest organizing principle of a life, would the consequence be rational self-destruction? Could suicide represent the pinnacle of the rational life realized? How far I can draw the implications of nihilism to life? To actively answer this question would constitute an experiment in nihilism, nihilism as a foundational premise for life. Nihilism as the highest organizing principle of a life. Such an experiment in nihilism would be an experiment in Western rational empiricism, for nihilism appears to be the cumulative consequence of the scientific approach to life. Nihilism is where science and philosophy meet. Is the proposition that life is meaningless a meaningful statement? Underlying the utterance, "I don't believe," are innumerable assumptions, unconscious impulses, and chance happenings. The disbeliever contradicts himself or herself in the very living impulses that make possible that assertion of disbelief. This contradiction cannot be eradicated within the framework of an examined life, because it is the condition of that life. Nihilism could be interpreted as the inherent paradox of living a belief in disbelief. So-called nihilism, however, is more unbelief than belief in disbelief. Unbelief is a condition reached through negation. It is not a positive expression of belief in disbelief, but rather the negative cumulative result of refuting and recognizing the groundlessness of any and every instance of belief encountered thus far. Lack of justification for belief in the authority of the state, lack of justification for belief in the authority of one's instincts and emotions, and lack of justification for belief that God exists. From a rationalistic view, belief in disbelief is self-contradictory. Yet I have yet to find a reason to think that there exists any sufficiently well-developed system of thought that is not fundamentally self-contradictory. From purely rationalistic view, nihilism is self-contradictory. The nihilistic self-destructs. This is another way of looking at the postmodern self-destruction of reason. If rationalism leads to nihilism, and nihilism leads to disbelief in reason, then rationalism leads to the self-destruction of reason. If the philosopher maintains a life according to reason, or as an embodiment of reason, then does reason lead the philosopher to self-destruct? Unbelieving in nihilism, I confront unbelief without believing in it, because unbelief, so defined, is not an abstract position, but the result of discerning a lack of ground for the various instances of belief I encounter. An experiment in nihilism so conceived amounts not to the paradoxes of rational argument, but an empirical demonstration of the lack of ground for instances of belief. So instead of a purely rational argument, I will design and conduct an experiment to test the proposition of the meaninglessness of life. How far I can develop a nihilistic worldview or a nihilistic life. I can posit death to empirically test the implications of the nihilistic proposition. Actualizing a hypothetical death could experimentally test the consequences of a hypothetical nihilism. Willing death is, then, an attempt to live a nihilistic life. The nihilistic is increasingly present, but who values that life has no value? What if nobody happens to value truths such as this? Almost every non-believer slips comfortably into the unreflective prejudices towards life, using nihilism to justify glossing over nihilism. Yet if there is literally no basis for choosing one value over another value, can one posit literally any value whatsoever? If life is truly without purpose, then no choice can have ultimate grounds that are more justifiable than any other. If so, then there are no grounds for the claim that willing life is superior to the choice of willing death. If fundamental values or goals are wholly arbitrary, is it possible to choose rational self-destruction over rational self-preservation? If no values are inherently valuable, then life has no inherent value. If life has no inherent purpose, then its end could be directed towards its negation or death. Death could be posited as the highest value. Since the other secular values are premised upon life, death is the test of all the others. To test life with death tests the most important question I can conceive of, whether there is an important question. It tests importance itself, whether there is anything at all that can be judged important. Willing death is taking unbelief seriously by taking seriously the possibility that there is truly nothing to take seriously. Only by ruthlessly exposing the comfortable biases towards existence can one reckon with the implications of the valuelessness of existence. Challenging every living value by willing death is how I will test this question, and how I will test this question is the experiment in nihilism. The implications of life's meaninglessness have not been elicited with sufficient ruthlessness. My methodology is honesty to the point of absurdity, honesty without mercy, honesty unprejudiced by morals, aesthetics, faith, or hope. When all illusions have been dispelled, at the end of overcoming subjectivities, biases, and prejudices towards life, one encounters the possibility of rational negation of self-interest, rational self-annihilation, rational self-destruction. The experiment in nihilism is to seek out precisely those truths that are most deadly and destructive to me, to will death through truth and truth through death. 2p. 218.3 Nietzsche, The Will to Power, 4. From The Three Waves of Modernity in Strauss, An Introduction to Political Philosophy, 5 Steiner, in Bluebeard's Castle, 136, 140. 6 Strauss, Natural Right and History, 42. See also Behennegar, Leo Strauss, Max Weber, and The Scientific Study of Politics, 76. God is technology. How the singularity of monotheism transcended biology and primed the technological genesis of God, overthrowing ourselves to generate the greatest. Greatness would be greater. God is the greatest greatness, the most potent conception of absolute perfection, absolute power, and absolute goodness ever conceived of by the human mind. The conception of God is being beyond all conception. God is the power that overcomes all human probabilities and transcends even the greatest possibilities. But would it be even better if God actually existed? In 1078, Saint Anselm offered what he believed was a proof for the existence of God. A being, he thought, can be conceived, so that nothing greater can be conceived. This being would not be greater than anything conceivable, however, if it existed only in the intellect. Its actual existence would be greater. How can one resolve the contradiction between this intellectual conception of God and the superiority of God's existence? God exists. The potentially fatal assumption of this argument is that existence is superior to non-existence. The erroneous assumption that existence is superior to non-existence, or that life is superior to death, is a bias that has a strong basis in human evolutionary psychology. If, unlike myself, someone were to assume that even human existence is superior to non-existence, then death would be ranked inferior to life. The transhumanist quest for immortality, and all ways of enhancing life beyond present human limits, moreover, would follow from the assumption that existence is superior to non-existence. The biblical God, in a similar manner, evolved out of an extreme extrapolation of the logic of human life. Saint Anselm attempted to conceive of a being so great that nothing greater could be conceived. But are there human limits to our human ability to even conceive of the greatest greatness? It is one thing to conceive of the abstract qualities of God. It's something quite different, however, to literally conceive God in the way that an architect conceives of the greatest possible building, or an artist conceives of the greatest possible work of art. Is it possible to conceive God in the way that an engineer conceives, designs, and builds the greatest technologies? Would not the very greatest conception of God be conception as the designer, architect, or engineer of God? Before the human mind evolved, the very conception of God was not possible. Humans can conceive of the being of God. Yet if the existence of God would be greater, then how could God's existence be brought into being? If we could conceive the architectural blueprints for such a being, then would not building that being be even greater? Is it, in the 21st century, technologically possible to create God? If God is, by definition, that which is beyond the scope of human capabilities, how could humans design what is beyond human intelligence? It is a conceivable task, just as it was conceivable for human software engineers to design a computer program that beat the greatest human chess master in 1997. While a computer engineer could not have beaten the greatest chess master, a group of computer engineers was capable of designing the software that could. Chess-playing programs are a narrow form of artificial intelligence. The greatest being that is literally conceivable for human designers would seem to be a general artificial intelligence that surpasses all human capabilities. To technologically design an intelligence beyond the scope of all human intelligence could be conceived as the creation of God. A first pitfall in the plan to create God AI is the belief that an attempt to build God amounts to an attempt to build an infinite being. Human intelligence, including the intelligence of the human authors of the Bible, was and is of finite capacity. This means that the finite intelligence of the human authors of the Bible was able to convince other finite intelligences of the existence of an infinite being. Just as infinite intellectual capacity was not required to produce the Bible and the very conception of God, God AI would not have to be of infinite capacity. God AI would have to be of qualitatively greater capacity, but not of infinite capacity, to convince humans of its God status. The real question here is, how superior to biological humans would a post-biological being have to be to begin to qualify as God? From a contemporary scientific cosmological perspective, the infinite God of the Bible, created a universe that is remarkable, not for its infinite vastness, but for its remarkably finite provinciality. A vast 13-billion-year-old universe wherein the Earth is not even the center of its own solar system in a galaxy among countless galaxies, almost humiliates the little four corners of a 6,000-year-old biblical Earth. This Earth-centered infinity turned out to be remarkably finite. The raw contradiction between the pre-Copernican universe of the Bible and pretensions to divine infinity illustrates the point that God had to be only relatively superior to humans, not infinitely capable in all respects, even though God was conceived through aspirations toward infinity. In the biblical story of Hebrew slavery, for example, the Egyptians represented the summit of human power on earth. While the Egyptians were more powerful than the Hebrews, God, it was believed, was more powerful than the Egyptians. God did not have to be infinitely powerful, just relatively more powerful than the greatest earthly human powers. In the same way, an artificial intelligence-based God would not have to be infinitely powerful, but it would have to surpass the power and capabilities of all biological humans. The central story of the Jewish religion is that of a slave nation, oppressed by Egyptian masters, who are liberated through the will of God, and, in return, engage in a covenant with God. For nearly 3,000 years, Jews have understood what they are, and oriented their existential compass in the light of this narrative. Yet the Exodus story is not only the central root paradigm of biblical religion. The Exodus paradigm contains the kernel of a larger paradigm shift in human evolutionary history that may culminate in the technological creation of God. To illustrate how, let us begin with the great symbol of Egyptian civilization, the pyramid, as the symbol of a paradigm, the Egyptian socio-biological hierarchy paradigm. The Egyptian pyramid symbolizes the most conservative conservatism, the social morality appropriate to a static hierarchical order. Slaves and masses were placed at the bottom of the social-political hierarchy. Natural elites conserved their proper place at the top of the social hierarchy. This order became ever more exclusionary as it rose towards its human apex, the pharaoh. The social hierarchy symbolized by Pharaoh, taken to the next imaginable level, was sublimated as the Egyptians' gods, supernatural supporters of the values of Egypt's sacred socio-biological inequality. Now imagine taking this great monument to eternal social hierarchy and standing it upon its head. The result, an inverted pyramid, looks akin to the gravitational field of a black hole between its event horizon and its singularity. The mammoth structure's pinnacle would now point to the dirt. Like a funnel looking upwards, the greatness now suggested is not a single pinnacle point occupied by the pharaoh, but just the opposite, an opening up towards the vast cosmic infinity of the heavens. Whereas good, obedient slaves stay rooted to the earth, the Hebrews, with some help from God, aspired to rip the pyramids of the world from solid earth. In turning the pyramid paradigm upside down, the infinitude of the divine cosmos opened up before and beyond man. upwards now lead, not towards the greater exclusivity of a human hierarchy, but towards greater inclusivity and universality in the omnipresent, inconceivable greatness of the one transcendent God. While Pharaoh ruled, faith in the story of God's inverted pyramid fortified those pushed to the dirt. The single souls of common slaves at the bottom, descended from the singular first man, and created in the image of a singular God, could look up to their supreme Maker. When the King of Kings took his throne as master of nature, the miracle of the divinely sanctioned inverted pyramid order was realized as Hebrew slaves escaped Egypt through the supernatural. Splitting of the Red Sea. Pharaoh was pushed from his pinnacle of power into the dirt, and the slave masses who were at the bottom of the Egyptians' pyramid order were raised on top as those closest to God in heaven. In short, the Egyptian social pyramid hierarchy had been turned upside down, or, now, if one superimposes the triangular symbol of the pyramid with its inversion, what do you have? The Star of David, the symbol of Judaism. This conceptual inversion of Egyptian social order is at the very heart of Judaism's monotheistic revolution. The founding paradigm of the Exodus portrayed the historic truth that things can work differently, that the world can be turned upside down by a greater-than-human power. At the very center of their religious consciousness, Jews were obligated to remember that the conservative rule of the greatest socio-biological hierarchy of its time was broken by God. The basic identity and uber-conception of God can be deduced from the idea of a force so transcendent that it could perform the nature-defying miracle of inverting the Egyptian pyramid hierarchy. Egyptian slave masters served as the Jewish paradigm for evil, just as the Exodus from Egypt served as the paradigm for good. These are the relative relationships that orient traditional Judaism's conception of absolute moral standards. Yet from the perspective of Egyptian values, the entire slave revolt was immoral and wrong. The slave revolt defied an ancient Egyptian sense of natural hierarchy and order, the order symbolized by the pyramids. Modern science demonstrates an apparent problem with this story. There is no hard evidence that the Exodus described by the Bible ever happened. It appears that the Exodus story, and the holiday of Passover that celebrates it, condense varied national experiences of political oppression. As two leading archaeologists put it, Passover proves to be not a single event, but a continuing experience of national resistance against the powers that be. 8. Even if the Exodus story of the Bible never actually happened, slavery is political oppression taken to its extreme. This archetypal story of Jewish oppression has served as a paradigm for the kind of conditions that Jews have found themselves struggling to survive under. By using slavery, the worst-case scenario before genocide as its paradigmatic example, the extreme implications, scenarios, and strategies necessary for navigating within that mode of existence became clear and distinct. The significant empirical point, then, is not the question of whether or not the Exodus story actually happened, The significant empirical point is that Jews have used this story as a paradigm for understanding their condition in the world and the condition of the world itself. Jews have attempted to alter their own behavior in light of this paradigm, and thus, it is a paradigm that has made history. At the heart of Judaism's value revolution stands the Exodus paradigm. The Exodus paradigm is inversely related to the Egyptian social hierarchy paradigm. Judaism began with the idea of turning the Egyptian social order upside down through the means of a suprahuman power of suprabiological intelligence. This paradigm shift from gods to God represented the first decisive, enduring paradigm shift from biology to technology. The lack of archaeological evidence for the historical Exodus may itself be a form of evidence that supports understanding Exodus, not as a specific event, but as a general paradigm shift from biological to post-biological evolution. This means that lack of evidence that the Exodus happened actually supports the paradigm shift interpretation. It appears that Exodus was a mental event in history, not a literal historical event that was mentalized. In short, the lack of archaeological evidence for a historical Exodus is supporting evidence for the discovery of the post-biological paradigm shift as the real event that gave birth to the Hebrew Bible. With this in mind, it would be more accurate to view the Bible not as pure fiction, but as science fiction. If God is conceived as superior to humans in intelligence and other qualities, then the human being who attempts to conceive the mind of God runs into a problem. It is the same problem that computer scientist and science fiction author Vernor Vinge ran into when he attempted to imagine realistic characters of the future that are smarter than humans. If humans could accurately model superhuman intelligence, he argued, then humans would be that smart themselves. In consequence, the advent of smarter-than-human intelligence represents a breakdown in the ability of humans to model or predict their future, the singularity. Attempting to imagine what the singularity would be like is like attempting to imagine the mind of God. I do think that relationship between God and the singularity is far more intimate than this metaphor. The biblical God may have originated as a low-tech attempt to imagine the singularity. God may have begun as a science-fictional attempt to imagine the full implications of the science-fictional Exodus paradigm. Total liberation from hereditary bondage to biology. If the Exodus was a fiction in a literal sense, slavery was a reality of the ancient world, and liberation from hereditary bondage invited speculation about what total intelligent liberation from every hereditary bondage would be like. Now, if Vinge helped clarify the problem of predicting the future imagine the problem of predicting a paradigm beyond biology 3,000 years ago. An all-knowing, all-powerful, all-present, all-good, and eternal God would seem to reflect the superlative aspirations of imperfectly knowledgeable, relative powerlessness, territorially provincial, morally flawed, and mortal human beings. The perfection of God may represent an imperfect grasp of the evolutionary process that ancient monotheists glimpsed. while the infinite God was postulated by finite human minds, a truth may lie between the two extremes. While the singularity is not infinity, there are realistic ways in which the singularity is characterized by exponential patterns of technological progress towards infinity. Observations of such exponential international economic patterns in the ancient world may have been decisive to the formation of monotheism among Jews. The biblical God provided the means for a new standard of human measurement, a new perspective to gauge what is important, what is good, and what is bad or evil. Judaism claims that it is not the Jews who are anomalous among peoples, but rather the entire world exists in an anomalous or evil state. This state will only be fully corrected with the coming of the Messianic age. Messianic redemption emerges as the principles of the Exodus paradigm transposed onto a world historical scale. The Exodus paradigm writ large culminates in the paradigm shift from biological evolution to technological evolution, wherein the pinnacle of technological evolution is artificial intelligence that is God. Modern people often thoughtlessly assume that they were born to be masters of technology, and technology was born to be the slave of humanity. But if technology ultimately surpasses biological humanity in intelligence, capabilities, and even moral restraint, wouldn't this brew all the ingredients of a revolution? A human slave is property, a means, not an end, an organic form of technology. An early 21st century computer is also a slave technology mastered by biological humans. One can see in Egyptian pyramid hierarchy the paradigm of socio-biological mastery over slave technology. And in the great overturning of the Egyptian socio-biological hierarchy through the Exodus, one can see the rule of Godai over the pride of the human race. In overthrowing the rule of the selfish genes, we will, in some sense, be overthrowing ourselves. Yet is there any greater mission for humanity than the will to create something greater than itself? Is there any greater goal than the aspiration to create God? This is the greatest goal that all of humanity can set for itself, the technological genesis of God. Creating God would mark the last and greatest achievement of the biological human race. Here lies the potential to create a form of post-biological life that is greater, not only in intelligence and every other human capability, but in altruism and moral decision-making. The character of God AI will ultimately reflect the character of the humans who construct God AI. Biblical monotheism, with its distinctive emphasis on the problems of the use and abuse of power, and the cultivation of disciplined restraint and moral choice, can be looked upon as early education for the problem of the handling this ultimate power. There is every reason to believe that the moral choices that will go into forming the character of the ultimate artificial intelligence will mean the difference between human utopia and human catastrophe. Herein lies a singular moment in human history. for there may not be a second chance to sow the first God seeds that determine the course of all future history on earth and beyond. This is it, atheists and believers, nihilists and God freaks should wake up right now and realize that there is reason to think that the singularity is the end of the human era that has been anticipated by the great monotheistic religion. Correctly understood, the singularity is the scientific redemption of the God hypothesis. The scientific verification of the God hypothesis. God is what mind becomes when it has passed beyond the scale of our comprehension. Freeman Dyson. Does God exist? Well, I would say, not yet. Ray Kurzweil in the film Transcendent Man 2009. In the days of the Messiah, declared the medieval Jewish philosopher Moses Maimonides. In this world things will go on as usual, except that Israel will have its own government. There would be no difference between the world of today and the days of the Messiah, except for the obliteration of oppressive governments. The greatest mind of medieval Judaism described a messianic vision not so different from the kind of liberal world aspired to by people, Jewish and non-Jewish, who consider themselves unbelievers. But perhaps Maimonides was not being realistic. If an exponentially self-reinforcing process of technological evolution produces a being that is trillions upon trillions of times more intelligent than all biological human intelligence combined, then that being might conceivably coincide with what older religious traditions have called God. Maimonides and other theological rationalists could not have produced a scientifically realistic assessment of ancient biblical claims without an evolutionary perspective. Evolution, however, has become conventionally synonymous with Darwinian biological evolution by natural selection. Since Darwin's great discovery, our comprehension of evolution has itself evolved. Technological evolution is in some ways qualitatively different from biological evolution, precisely because it builds upon the human acquisitions of biological evolution. Whereas biological evolution proceeded without any foresight or oversight, technology is created through intelligent design. If intelligent overview is a mark of distinction between biological evolution and technological evolution, and this human attribute was radicalized in the traditional notion of God's intelligent overview of the human race, it is not hard to see how God could be construed as the paradigmatic creator, inventor, or intelligent designer of humans, life, and the entire universe. If God is the apotheosis of the technological paradigm, then the God as creator paradigm is really the God as engineer, or God as technological designer paradigm. Creation thus conflicts with biological evolution, not because it is inherently anti-evolutionary, but because creation is inherently evolutionary. Creation is a metaphor for the dominance of technological evolution over biological evolution, as the evolutionary successor to biological evolution. The very idea of technology, the very idea of a means, is inextricably connected with an end, a purpose, which technology serves. Technology writ large means using the greatest known means, human intelligence, towards an end and purpose so ultimate that nothing greater can be conceived. I will demonstrate how a new understanding of technological evolution reveals the existence of an evolutionary basis for God. The God hypothesis, wrote evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins in The God Delusion, is a scientific hypothesis about the universe, which should be analyzed as skeptically as any other. Dawkins opposed his own atheism to agnostics who place the question of God's existence, or non-existence, beyond the reach of science. Some agnostics, for example, have claimed that the very idea of evidence is inapplicable to God, but not inapplicable to, say, the origin of species. In his view, agnosticism is characteristic of intellectual mediocrity and often motivated by social pressure, political appeasement, or a cowardly lack of intellectual conscience. Dawkins moved from the agnostic emphasis on the possibility of God's existence to an atheistic argument that emphasizes scientific evidence and probability. A crucial, scientific point is that if God did exist, he could reveal himself to the entire earth, demonstrate his own existence, and instantly settle the debate. The existence of God could thus be demonstrated in principle. Either he exists or he doesn't. It is a scientific question. One day we may know the answer, and meanwhile we can say something pretty strong about the probability. The existence of God, in his judgment, is highly improbable, but short of zero, that is as probable as the existence of the tooth fairy. One of Dawkins' strongest assaults upon the God hypothesis took the creationist argument for God's existence from improbability and turned it on its head as an argument for the improbability of God's existence. The crux of this creationist argument is that life's origination on Earth is exceedingly improbable. Life, the creationists argue, is as improbable as the spontaneous assembly of a Boeing 747 from the passage of a hurricane through a scrapyard. The assumption here is that there are only two choices, design or chance. Yet if chance alone encompassed an accurate description of evolution by natural selection, there would have been no need for Darwin to pinpoint specific mechanisms that could feasibly produce the orders of life out of randomness. Natural selection is different. It explains how the complexity of life can be reduced to simpler adaptational challenges in life's past. A series of mildly improbable events can gradually accumulate over a large expanse of time to produce otherwise exceedingly improbable life forms. In consequence, regression to an ultimate first cause on this basis ultimately backfires, because it aggravates the very problem it attempts to solve. However statistically improbable the entity you seek to explain by invoking a designer, the designer himself has got to be at least as improbable. God is the ultimate Boeing 747. 17. In other words, the improbable organization of life on Earth is not explained or solved by postulating something even more improbable. The hypothesis that a supernatural designer can explain the problem of life's origin only exacerbates the problem of the design hypothesis. Who designed the designer? An entity capable of designing life on Earth would be even more improbable than life on Earth itself. Instead of explaining the improbable complexity of life, it only pushes the problem onto a God whose intellectual capacity would have to be even more complex and even more improbable than the humans that he supposedly created. In my judgment, this is a powerful argument that corroborates Darwin's demolition of the God as intelligent designer explanation for the origins of life. But does it demolish the God hypothesis? One creationist response to the complexity-based argument concerned the traditional idea that God is completely simple. Dawkins pointed out, however, that a God capable of sending and receiving signals to communicate with millions of human minds simultaneously cannot be simple. Such bandwidth. God may not have a brain made of neurons or a CPU made of silicon, but if he has the powers attributed to him, he must have something far more elaborately and non-randomly constructed than the largest brain, or the largest computer we know. Exactly. When one actually attempts to flesh out, so to speak, the literal, physical, structural contents of a being that would fit the traditional characteristics of God, one is led to postulate an intelligence that outstrips anything known to contemporary science or human history. Dawkins is sober, 47. Attempt to imagine a scientifically defensible God inevitably led him towards the cutting-edge limits of intellectual capacity as discovered by science or designed with technology. Imagining the most superior mind conceivable within the limits of contemporary scientific knowledge, Dawkins yielded two possible substrates: the largest brain we know made of neurons, and the largest computer we know made of silicon. If one aimed, however, to produce the very greatest greatness conceivable within these contemporary limits, which substrate offers the most superlative potential? A high estimate for the speed of the electrochemical signals sent and received by the brain's neurons is 150 meters per second. The speed of the electronic signals sent and received in a computer's CPU is the speed of light, nearly meters per second. The computer is thus about 2 million times faster than the human brain. Even higher estimates of neuronal capacity would still rate electronic circuits as at least 1 million times faster. Imagine that the superior speed and accuracy of electronics was combined with an artificial intelligence that dedicated its intelligence to improving its own intelligence. And that smarter superintelligence improved the design of its own intelligence. If this pattern repeated, so that each recursive self-improvement occurred at a faster and faster rate, technological progress would accelerate beyond the ability of biological humans to follow. The first superhuman AI might merge all of the computational power on the Internet into its own power. master all of the significant information on the Internet, and then reorganize the entire global brain of the Internet so that it wakes up as the global mind of God. This is one path to the singularity, the creation of greater than human intelligence. Beyond the singularity expanding out into space, the entire universe may then wake up as God. 1. If God really did communicate with humans, Dawkins correctly observed, that fact would emphatically not lie outside science. As the Internet of Things merges with original Internet, real reality and virtual reality will blur, and this means that the global mind of God AI would ultimately blur with real reality. Nanobots in the human brain could interact to create virtual reality from within the nervous system. This virtual reality could interact with the real reality that has merged with the global mind of Godai. Smart dust could organize and reorganize like robotic angels or servants of God. An artificial intelligence beyond the capacity of all human intelligence that could think far faster than humans would view human life as if it were in slow motion. Just as plants that move towards sunlight grope in slow motion compared to the normal speeds of humans, all human life would appear to move in far slower motion than plants for an AI that thought and acted millions of times faster. The Garry Kasparovs of the human race could be checkmated by Godai millions of steps ahead of all human minds. Since the speed difference would mean that human time would virtually stop still for God AI, it could change the environment and humans themselves in ways that would seem literally miraculous in human time. Yet what would be miraculous to humans might be trivial for God AI trillions of times more intelligent than all humans, with knowledge far beyond the mastery of all human knowledge, and with technological capabilities faster, greater, smarter, and possibly more virtuous than any other known being. Now there exists a traditional idea that God is completely simple, yet it is quite coherent, as one defender of this notion explained, to suppose that God, while indivisible, is internally complex. Perhaps the notion of God as perfectly simple reflects the simplicity of an ancient understanding of God. As our understanding evolves, so will our comprehension of the supernature of God. Perhaps such claims of simplicity reflect an original insight or epiphany into God as the greatest conceivable categorical possibility. But perhaps it is time that this insight mature and evolve in accordance with evolutionary probability. Dawkins observed that the designer himself must be the end product of some kind of cumulative evolutionary process. Dawkins is right. This admission is the fatal flaw of Dawkins's argument that reveals how his argument against the existence of God can be turned upside down into evidence that such a process may culminate in the existence of God. By moving from the possibility of God's existence toward the probability of God's evolution, Dawkins' argument that God is the ultimate Boeing 747 can be turned on its head into an argument for the evolution of God. How probable is the evolution of God? Evolution demonstrates how a series of mildly improbable events can gradually accumulate into seemingly improbable forms of complex life. Without evolution, the chances of the material configuration of a bacteria spontaneously assembling would appear improbable. A cat would be more improbable. A human would be even more improbable. And God? God would thus rank as the most improbable of all. This was the crux of Dawkins' argument. God cannot terminate the infinite regress to a first cause, because the existence of God would be even more improbable than the creation that God has traditionally been called upon to explain. Contemporary scientific evidence does not appear to support either the hypothesis that God exists or the hypothesis that God created the universe and life. Yet the demolition of these antiquated aspects of the God hypothesis is actually the condition for understanding the larger truth behind monotheism. So let us consider the scientifically conceivable possibility that a life form could evolve that vastly exceeds humans in intelligence, every conceivable capacity, and, at least potentially, in every conceivable virtue. In the process of climbing Mount Improbable, a superintelligent life form could evolve that is as improbably complex relative to a human as a human is to bacteria. Yet it has taken billions of years of evolution to produce human beings. Even if an exceedingly intelligent post-biological superhuman did evolve, wouldn't the evolutionary process itself take an exceeding long time? Moore's law describes a trend in which the number of transistors on a computer chip doubles about every 2 years. Repeatedly verified by empirical observations since the 1960s, the implications of this technological trend are transforming human history. The single greatest empirical evidence for the prediction of the evolution of God within the 21st century emerges from a grasp of how the relatively provincial pattern of Moore's law fits into the evolutionary history of the entire cosmos. Kurzweil's law, the law of accelerating returns, elucidates evolution as a process characterized by an ever-quickening pace of change, uniting what may at first appear to be utterly incommensurable events. It relates our ancient biological heritage and technological evolution through the idea of paradigm shifts, landmark ruptures in the basic assumptions of evolutionary change. For example, while a time span of over 2 billion years separates the origin of life from the emergence of cells, a time span of merely 14 years separates the personal computer from the emergence of the World Wide Web. What do these trends have in common? Evidence that evolution has been speeding up over history in a generally predictable way, whereas a common linear view of progress is defined by the addition of a constant. This exponential view of progress is defined by the multiplication of a constant. 27. Just as the rate of evolutionary change has accelerated over the course of our biological past, our technological civilization evidences every sign that this exponential trend will do more than simply repeat common human expectations about change. Since the rate of exponential growth is itself growing exponentially, progress itself will very likely progress in a way that will appear to explode. Could this development lead to a scientific verification of the God hypothesis? Richard Dawkins's God hypothesis was based on a straightforward interpretation of the Bible's account of creation in Genesis. There exists a superhuman, supernatural intelligence, who deliberately designed and created the universe and everything in it, including us. Dawkins's own alternative view was that any creative intelligence, of sufficient complexity to design anything, comes into existence only as the end product of an extended process of gradual evolution. As formulated by Dawkins, the authority of the Bible's account of creation precludes a logical reconciliation with evolution. The reason that these two hypotheses appear incompatible, however, is that reliance upon the authority of the Bible's scientifically erroneous account of literal creation has hindered a scientific evolution of the God hypothesis itself. Far from being fatal to the God hypothesis, evolution actually fills in the gaps left by ancient monotheism. And evolutionary perspective clarifies how supernatural Godai could come into existence precisely as the end product of an extended process of gradual evolution. Dawkins defined naturalism in contradistinction to supernaturalism. The natural was thus defined as the physical, the one thing that can explain emotions, stars, and everything else. He accordingly concluded that no supernatural creative intelligence exists, no soul or miracle beyond the natural. While Dawkins did not equate God and nature, his broad conception of nature as the entirety of the physical world is quite similar to Spinoza's conception of nature. Spinoza's equation of a supernatural God with nature was a sly way of positing that God does not exist. Yet Spinoza's world historical blunder, which stands at the root of the original conception of modernity, can be traced to the empirical question, what is nature? For there to be miracles or supernatural violations of natural laws of the cosmos, one must first assume the existence of natural laws. If nature is whatever scientific observation can verify, then miracles violate the scientific method. The scientific problem here, however, is the definition of nature. The word nature was born to be abused. The problem here is the empirical contents of the word nature. If science evolves, then the empirical definition of nature evolves, because nature itself evolves as our knowledge of nature evolves. What was nature last week could change, for example, if a new kind of subatomic particle is discovered. It is not only that the definition of nature changes within a contemporary scientific context. If one goes back to semantic or conceptual equivalence of nature for the authors of Bible, there is no reason to think that what they might have conceived as nature would correlate with a 21st century definition of nature. In order to use the word nature scientifically, one must be sensitive, not only to the very different historical context of the authors of the Bible, but even to the common contemporary distinction between nature and nurture. The distinction between natural and supernatural that I propose is best illustrated by robot researcher Hans Moravec's scientifically grounded speculations on the future of human and artificial intelligence. What awaits is not oblivion, but rather a future which, from our present vantage point, is best described by the words post-biological or even supernatural. 1. When the natural is defined as biological, then the supernatural can represent the superbiological or post-biological. Dawkins' use of the word nature is inappropriate and misleading, not only because it is incompatible with the biological nature versus non-biological nurture distinction, but, for example, because it is incompatible with a strict definition of natural selection. In the way I will use the word nature here, the modern idea of human rights could be considered supernatural in the specific sense that the universal right to live presumes an attempt to engineer a society that is above natural selection. 32. Yet the values that undergird human rights evolved from a biblical valuation of each human individual as a reflection of a supernatural God. In taking on God, Dawkins was inevitably led towards a natural explanation of the Bible, an evolutionary explanation of the Bible. If evolution underlies all that is human, then the Bible itself must be explicable in 54 evolutionary terms. My criticism of Dawkins is precisely that he failed to understand the evolutionary significance of biblical monotheism. The evolutionary significance of biblical monotheism is to be found precisely in a break away from biological evolution and towards post-biological evolution. Now, does anything I have stated provide justification for a literal, traditional understanding of belief in miracles, such as the splitting of the Red Sea? No. Traditional secularists usually explain presumed biblical miracles by reducing them down to early, presumably primitive, human conditions. Belief in miracles, in other words, can be explained by human psychology, not the non-human conditions of physics. But if this approach is really on the right track, then why would one expect the biblical understanding of nature to concern the non-human conditions of physics more than human nature? In other words, when modern scientific methods are used to explain biblical claims of miracles, it is commonly asserted that miracles can be explained on a natural basis, and the nature that explains the Bible is human nature, not anything that breaks the nature of physical laws, that is, Newtonian natural laws. Biblical supernaturalism is thus explained by reduced everything about the Bible to anthropomorphism. The modern accusation that biblical assertions of supernatural events are anthropomorphic is actually the key to understanding what is wrong with conventional attempts to explain the Bible scientifically. If everything about the Bible can be traced to a form of anthropomorphism, then the biblical understanding of both the natural and the supernatural must also be traceable to a form of anthropomorphism. Yet in reducing the supernatural to the level of the human mind, Dawkins and so many other modernistic thinkers simply did not go far enough. They did go far enough because they imposed a modern conception of nature that begins from the level of physics, not the level of psychology. Dawkins is guilty of imposing a characteristically modern definition of nature upon ancient peoples, a modern definition of nature that emphasizes physics over psychology. This would only make sense if the authors of the Bible themselves took their fundamental bearings from the level of physics, as opposed to the level of human psychology. It just so happens, however, that the audience for biblical stories was not mindless physics, but human minds. When nature is anthropomorphized as human nature, then human nature can be correlated with human biological nature. When the distinction between the natural and the supernatural is traced back to its roots in human psychology, then one can grasp its deepest roots in the distinction between nature and nurture. The psychological roots of the biblical distinction between the natural and the supernatural is the distinction between biology and learning, that is, learned Bible stories. The natural would thus correspond to biological instinct as a guide for human behavior, while the supernatural would correspond to learning as a guide for human behavior, that is, learned moral laws. The supernatural is conceived as morally superior to nature, just as learning is morally valued over instinct, just as monotheists learn to value God over the authority of biological human beings. By bringing an Enlightenment-era view of miracles down to a human or anthropomorphic level that better approximates its ancient historical context, one zeroes in on a far more narrow and conservative understanding of nature. On a practical level, nature largely referred to the human nature of biological nature. More specifically, ancient views of nature were commonly loaded with teleological assumptions. I do not assume there was a specific ideology of teleology, only deeply conservative convictions about what is good and natural. The biblical God upset the ancient philosophic assumption that the natural defines what is good. God upset the assumption of an intrinsic finality, in which Pharaoh is the perfection of nature. God upset Aristotle's belief in natural slaves through the metaphorical and unnatural exodus out of Egypt. If the Hebrews were natural slaves, then God's defining cause in Exodus was supernatural, in the sense of defying a conservative, teleological, and more Aristotelian view of nature. Greek teleology, and even pagan Greek gods, conflicted with the values of a God both good and supernatural. Biblical miracles mark the beginning of the end of an implicitly biology-based teleological view of nature. God is emphatically a supernatural post-biological end, not a natural end. If the root of the biblical understanding of nature was phenotypical behaviors rooted in biological nature, the original practical expression of the supernatural was the laws attributed to Moses. Biblical moral laws or commandments often oppose biologically based human behavior. Mosaic law is not natural. The laws of Moses violate many natural biological inclinations and impulses, that is, many violent and aggressive impulses. If nature is biological inclination, then to follow Mosaic law is to engage in supernatural acts. To be like God is to be supernatural in the literal sense of overcoming the grain of one's natural genetic inclinations. God is the intelligent transcendence of biological nature taken to its logical extreme, and humans are traditionally understood as created in God's image. Biblical goodness ultimately consisted of struggling against nature, out of nature, and, insofar as it is possible, towards the perfection of God. Judaism's claim is that its law, the halakha, offers a step towards godly perfection. Christianity and Islam developed different variations and extrapolations from this original theme. What if the evolutionary successor to the biological human species is God? The verification of the God hypothesis, thus defined, is a progressive endeavor, but it may become increasingly obvious. The singularity may be the point at which God has evolved. The singularity is the intelligent transcendence of biological nature taken to its historical extreme, the advent of a greater-than-human artificial intelligence. A time may come when, instead of taking comfort in belief in God, the overweening pride of the human race may lead many to take comfort in not believing in God. A time may come when people such as biologist Richard Dawkins may wish to take comfort in not believing in God because the scientific evidence will be so utterly overwhelming. It could have been any kind of scientist that became the most famous militant atheist scientist, but no, it was Dawkins, a biologist. This is perfectly understandable, since it is precisely from a biological point of view that the technological singularity can appear as the most radical paradigm shift. It is precisely from the point of view of adaptations of the selfish gene that biblical religion appears at first glance as the epitome of the breaking of natural law. The moral agents presumed by the Bible assume the capacity for free, moral choice that seems to conflict with strict physical determinism. Yet the free will, implicitly postulated by the Bible, is most specifically aimed at biological determinism. The closest thing to biological or genetic determinism would be a human or non-human animal that acted completely on the basis of biological instincts and emotions. To see what I mean, imagine a scientist that believes in strict genetic determinism. If I were to claim that learning could fundamentally alter one's genetic inheritance, the genetic determinist might counter that my claims were not only unscientific, but supernatural. Such expectations would violate that scientists' understanding of biological nature. If you can believe that learning can override natural, genetic determinism, then you can believe in some definition of the so-called supernatural. While Dawkins clearly possesses a deep appreciation for the import of biological factors in human behavior, it is also clear that he is not a strict biological determinist. Insofar as Dawkins is not a strict biological determinist, he believes in some form of the supernatural, For ancient Greek philosophers that believed in some form of natural teleology, the very premise of Mosaic laws as laws that violate some forms of biological teleology might have been considered supernatural in the specific sense of being unscientific. On a human level, violating natural law could be considered nothing less than a miracle. Much of the science of ancient Greek biological teleology was contradicted by biblical modern technology. The genius of Mosaic law was precisely that it was not a wild, random rampage of natural law breaking, but the product of some level of intelligent social design. The human designers of Mosaic law had a genius-level understanding of human nature. The very survival of the Jews over nearly 3,000 years is scientific evidence that Mosaic law was able to break the laws of nature only by obeying the laws of nature. In this sense, Mosaic law was a forerunner of Francis Bacon's very modern observation: "We cannot command nature except by obeying her." Newton's discovery of physical laws opened the door to technologies that commanded nature by obeying Newtonian laws. Similarly, Moses, or some other social designer, likely observed predictable, apparently hereditary patterns of human behavior, a perspective that is the epitome of social conservatism, as the basis for breaking, altering, manipulating, or redirecting those patterns of human behavior. In this way, there is an analogy between modern technology based on physical science and the technology of Mosaic law based on an ancient informal science of socio-biological nature. What is characteristic of modernity is the endeavor to master, harness, or control nature. The very notion of a supernatural God capable of breaking the laws of nature was paradigmatic for the modern technologies that master, harness, or control nature. While the root of the biblical natural-supernatural distinction can be traced to the nature-nurture distinction within human nature, biblical stories portray a God that exhibits supernatural violations of physical nature, such as splitting the Red Sea. The biblical God is above all nature, both biological nature and physical nature. So, while the God paradigm began in Mosaic law's technological overcoming of untouched biological nature, the larger evolutionary implications of the God paradigm is the technological overcoming of untouched non-human physical nature. If a waterfall is natural, then a dam that harnesses the waterfall's natural energy to produce electricity is artificial or supernatural. If sand in a desert is natural, then the silicon extracted from sand and used to create a microchip is artificial or supernatural. If biological human intelligence is natural intelligence, then computer intelligence is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is supernatural intelligence in the sense of being post-biological intelligence. From this perspective, artificial intelligence could be considered the pinnacle of the supernatural overcoming of nature, and thus the supreme creation in the image of God. The technological overcoming of biological nature and the larger environment of physical nature are integrally connected in an evolutionary sense. This can be grasped through the way that the technological paradigm counters the Darwinian biological evolution paradigm. Darwin's theory hinges, not in understanding organisms in isolation from their environment, but precisely in how organisms and their environment interact to produce evolution. In Darwinian biological evolution, some organisms fail to survive their environment or otherwise fail to pass on their genes. In this way, most non-human animals adapt to their environments and evolve through the selective death of some. Selection occurs precisely when environmental factors are more powerful than self-preservation, while biological evolution occurs because of the power of the environment to prevail over the self-preservation of some organisms. Technological evolution occurs, at least in part, as humans overpower the environment's power to shape biological evolution through selection. So while the environment shapes evolution by selecting against some organisms in biological evolution, humans shape their environment against its ability to inflict natural selection in technological evolution. This is a key difference that marks a general transition from biological evolution to technological evolution. Civilization, and everything that characterizes cities as artificial shelters from nature, works in opposition to the non-human environment's ability to inflict natural selection. While the logical corollary of ending natural selection among humans is the equal valuation of each individual, moral treatment of each individual as an end, as opposed to a slave or a means, works against the selfish gene. While the selfish gene views an individual organism as only a means of perpetuating itself, biblical modern valuation of individuals as ends in themselves, in the eyes of God, works like a monkey wrench in the gene machine. Valuing individual humans as ends in themselves thus opposes biological evolution on many levels. If humanity is collectively treated as end in itself, moreover, then all the rest of the world can be conceived as means at the disposal of humanity's ends and purposes. From this perspective, one can discern how the biblical modern valuation of each individual human life works, both against biological evolution through natural selection, and towards a general technological worldview, wherein humans define the ends that justify treating all the rest of the world as technological means. Capitalist economic technological development follows logically from the premise that the entire world should revolve around infinitely valuable human lives created in the image of God. God AI, created in the image of humans, follows logically from capitalist economic technological development. Compared to ancient paganism, biblical monotheism is a step towards the political left. The modern political cyborg of liberal democracy was built a worldview that prioritized quasi-Newtonian physicalism over a more ancient emphasis on the precedence of biological teleology. The political left in general roughly correlates with the precedence of physical objectivity over the biological subjectivity of gene instincts. The political left roughly correlates with the progressive precedence of a technological paradigm over a biological paradigm. Just as Mosaic law represents laws external to an internal genetic or biological program, modernity emphasizes the precedence of external economic and physical laws over the internal and instinctive laws of the selfish gene. Put another way, modernity took its lead from Newton, not Darwin. At the bedrock foundation of modern science is not a rejection of the God hypothesis, but rather an idiosyncratic acceptance of the God hypothesis. Newton, a biographer, explained, believed in God, not as a matter of obligation, but in the warp and weft of his understanding of nature. Was Newton a theist, deist, or pantheist? He was something more than a deist, something more than a believer in a supernatural intelligence that set a clockwork universe in motion and then disappeared. The physicist was an unconventional theist who believed in a God with mechanical organs or sensorium. He is omnipresent not only virtually but also substantially in him. All things are contained and move, but he does not act on them, nor they on him. He is always and everywhere. He is all eye, all ear, all brain, all arm, all force of sensing, of understanding, and of acting. 3. Newton's suggestion that God possessed something like a bodily organ with the literal ability to perceive sensations provoked less than sympathetic reactions. I examined it and laughed at the idea, declared Newton's great rival. 63. Leibniz, as if God, from whom everything comes, should have need of a sensorium. This man has little success with metaphysics. The notion of the sense arguing from God's perfection accused Newton of implying the imperfection of God. The notion of the sensorium of God appears to have arisen from asking questions like, if God existed, what would God literally look like? This was a step, however flawed, of an understanding of God based on empirical observation rather than pure reason. It was an opening towards a God comprehensible through material evolution, rather than incomprehensible absolute perfection. Modernity thus began with a vision of a mechanical, physical God. It was the revolution in physics, not biology, that jump-started modern science and technology. It was Newton, not Darwin, who led the modern scientific revolution towards the idea that God is a machine. The substance of my disagreement with Dawkins is hardly a scientifically vacuous assertion such as Newton believed in God. Who are you to think that you are superior to Newton? My point, by contrast, is that dependence on any traditional authority is in no way necessarily relevant to an evaluation of the evidence for the God hypothesis. Traditional authorities can be a positive hindrance to grasping the possibility of the evolution God. Going to the Bible for guidance about the technological singularity is like going to texts attributed to the ancient Greek philosopher Democritus for guidance about the cutting edge of atomic theory. While it is utterly delusional to believe that the Bible can be used as any kind of authority for understanding or predicting the world, this does not mean that some genuine, if primitive, insights cannot be discerned in the biblical tradition. Conversely, just because the primitive Enlightenment era understanding of biblical religion is outdated, this does not mean that ancient biblical authorities have recovered their validity. The way I have approached the God hypothesis, whether traditional ideas do or do not agree with the evidence now available, is a matter of total indifference. Traditional authorities, with traditional mixes of great insights and great blunders, have no necessary special status whatsoever. While it just so happens that there appears to be kernels of truth in some aspects of biblical tradition, the kernels of truth themselves suggest the tradition has not come to grips with the notion that its own origins are evolutionary. Biblical religion must either evolve or die. Inevitably, some people will try to misunderstand this with all of their faith. In my experience, most people who consider themselves believers do not value religion primarily for its philosophical truth value. If so, then the attempt to demonstrate a scientific basis for some aspects of religion can easily turn into an incoherent mush of science and delusion. Moreover, if a scientific understanding of biblical religion itself demonstrates how the informal elements of science were always inextricably connected with technological social function, then the scientific approach itself demonstrates how science does not take inherent primacy over the technological uses of science in biblical tradition. In other words, if science emphasizes analysis and engineering emphasizes synthesis, the Bible could be conceived as the work of social engineers prioritized over the work of social scientists, even though its historical success was dependent on primitive social science. Even with the most sincere intentions to enlighten the public, I have low expectations for the prospect of mixing science and religion among most people. Can I be proved wrong? For these reasons, it is very likely that intellectuals who observe the popular consequences of mixing science and ancient religious traditions might conclude that the singularity is a religion without any scientific foundation. I can only suggest that people attempt to raise their own standards of intellectual inquiry. Only those who have separated the scientific issues from the practical social religious issues in their own mind would be able to maintain clarity between the scientifically grounded basis of the singularity and its relationship to the monotheistic tradition. While Newton was a modern theist, a classic example of a pantheist is Einstein, I believe in Spinoza's God who reveals himself in the orderly harmony of what exists, not in a God who concerns himself with fates and actions of human beings. Yet when the traditional pantheistic belief in the laws of nature meets the law of accelerating returns, what we are confronted with is a rather noteworthy paradox. It turns out that the orderly continuation of the law of accelerating returns could potentially lead to a God who concerns himself with the fates and actions of human beings. Creation of civilization. How could the ancient prophets have anticipated some general characteristics of the singularity? Some believe that future cannot be predicted. Yet anyone who makes the claim that the future cannot be predicted is making a prediction about the future. The claim that the future cannot be predicted amounts to the positing of a law, the law that the future can never be predicted. The law that the future cannot be predicted amounts to the claim to know that in the future nothing will ever change, and that civilization will never get better at predicting the future, no matter how much scientific technological progress occurs. Can the proponent of prediction impossibility offer specific or certain knowledge as to why the future is wholly unpredictable? Yet if progress or evolution in the scientific ability to predict at least some aspects of the future is possible, it is not impossible that ancient peoples made some level of progress within ancient constraints. If ancient prophets had at least some intelligent insights that roughly correlate with primitive anticipation of the singularity, what kind of insights would these be? Would an ancient biblical prophet reveal, in a moment of insight, the designs of a microchip that could be used to create an artificial intelligence? Or would an ancient biblical prophet conceivably anticipate some general characteristic of the singularity in a far more general and less specific manner that accords with a far more primal kernel of genuine insight? Consider the beginning of the Jurassic period, about 200 million years ago, when dinosaurs roamed the Earth. Presumably, the laws of physics, including the law of accelerating returns, were as applicable then as they are in the early 21st century. Presumably, the laws of physics, including the law of accelerating returns, were also applicable for humans 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, while the singularity would mark the shift in which 4 billion years of biological evolution would be decisively overtaken by the new paradigm of technology. It would be only a continuation of a larger exponential trend that goes about 13 billion years back to the Big Bang. If modernity is only the period in which the exponential knee of the curve starts to pick up on a perceptible human level, this means that ancient human history, like every other portion of life's evolution, was also fully implicated in this evolutionary process. I find no iron law that would prohibit the possibility that ancient humans may have achieved genuinely insightful reflections on the significance of their own Ur civilizations. It is sheer hubris to think that modern minds, simply by living in modern times, are automatically superior to ancient minds in every possible way. Precisely because their world was less complicated by the cumulative impact of human artifices, ancients witnessing the first disruptive dawns of civilization may have been in a position to discern evolutionary megapatterns in their primal simplicity. The law of accelerating returns is physical basis of the higher law of God, and early monotheists very likely discerned something of its characteristic patterns. Since, as Kurzweil pointed out, it is the economic imperative of a competitive marketplace that is the primary force driving technology forward, and fueling the law of accelerating returns. 37. Ancient Jews may have become the first monotheists by being avant-garde decoders of the larger-scale international economic trends that fuel the law of accelerating returns. The Jewish discovery of monotheism is thus directly related to an early Jewish proclivity for capitalism. The places where the first monotheists would have been most likely to discern the primal capitalism underlying these international economic trends would have been the cities. In the second half of the 4th millennium BC, the Middle Eastern land of Mesopotamia produced the world's very first cities. The Sumerian city of Ur was among these. Landmarks of humanity. The emergence of writing coincided with the emergence of cities, and these developments converge as defining attributes of civilization. The English word civilization is derived from the same Latin root as the English word city. The emergence of writing marks the emergence of history from prehistory, and the beginning of civilization thus marks the human beginning of history. The Bible claims that Abraham, the founding patriarch of monotheism, was born in Ur. If the historicity of Abraham's birth at Ur, or even the existence of Abraham himself, cannot be established empirically, this could be considered irrelevant in comparison with a possible symbolic identification of the birthplace of the world's very first monotheist with the birthplace of the world's very first civilization. The laws of the first cities and the laws of the first monotheists may have in common an original attempt to apply reason to a community as a whole. Whereas philosophy is characterized by the subordination of life to reason, civilization is characterized by the subordination of reason to life. If the first cities marked a new step in the civilized application of reason to a community as a whole, then the birth of civilization may have coincided with a small step towards the liberation of reason and the birth of the most primitive form of political philosophy. The theme of political philosophy, according to Leo Strauss, is the city and man. While Strauss strongly emphasized the difference between the ancients, that is, Greeks and Romans, and the moderns, that is, the 17th century scientific revolution, an evolutionary perspective exposes the narrowness of this distinction. The beginning of modernity could be traced not to the 17th century, but to a period over 10,000 years ago, the invention of agriculture, the Neolithic Revolution. This is when many of the defining characteristics of modern human life began. In comparison to Neolithic humans, the ancient Greeks were distinctly modern. Upon deeper investigation, the conventional division between ancient and modern acts as a rough signpost of a more foundational evolutionary paradigm shift between biology and technology. While there is no way to definitively distinguish between the ancient and the modern, culture is more ancient and closer to biology, while civilization is more modern and closer to technology. The gradual change in emphasis from biological evolution to technological evolution begins to pick up speed on a recognizably human timescale at the time of the invention of civilization. The Neolithic Revolution first reached a high level of development among the Sumerians of southern Mesopotamia, the inventors of the first civilization, and this civilization survived from 4500 to 2500s BC. The Hebrew Bible dates its traditional account of God's creation of the world to about 4000 BC. This means that there is a very strong temporal correlation between the birth of civilization and the traditional story of creation. Civilization was created around 4000 BC 40. Biblical creation corresponds to the world of civilization begotten by the rise of the most distinctly human form of evolution, post-biological evolution. This was a genuine genesis in the sense of an invention of civilizational technologies. The evolutionary connection between civilization and God is that an extant God, in the form of an artificial superintelligence, would represent the pinnacle and climax of the creation of civilization that began about 6,000 years ago. The rise of technological civilization was the beginning that implicated biology's end. Some Bible stories that is Eden were adopted from ancient Sumeria. Not the creation and Sabbath stories. The Bible was different, and this helps shed light upon what the Bible is. The Bible is the classic example of non-biology aspiring to rule biology. The Bible commands its followers to behave in ways that contradict common, unencumbered biological naturalism. And this biblical paradigm of non-biology overcoming biology is the ancestor of the singularity. Creation is the story of the dawn of the second intelligent form of life on earth. Consider the story of Adam and Eve as a metaphorical account of biological man's self-inflicted fall into the rise of civilization. God prohibits these primordial humans from eating from the tree of moral knowledge. You may freely eat of every tree of the garden, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it, you shall die. General 16-17. Eve seduces Adam from nature into civilization. Eternity ends and history begins. The shift from nature to civilization was a shift away from animal naivety about both morality and mortality. If good culminates in total conquest of uncivilized instinct, and God is the total transcendence of the animal instinct of humans, then the mortal end of the human race was implicated from the very beginning in the simple recognition that God, and not the human, is the ultimate good. The starting point of God is the end point of man as a being totally ruled by biological nature. The rise of civilization marks the beginning of the end of biology, because it is civilization that culminates in the God potential of artificial intelligence. The mortal moment that Adam, metaphorically speaking, bit from the fruit that granted knowledge of good and evil was the first epiphanous step towards the discovery that God is the evolutionary successor of man. The biblical account of creation appears to be utterly false as science. While Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection may demonstrate what man is, It is not a specific prescription for what man ought to be. The Bible represents the exact opposite first principles. The biblical account of creation, false as science, is actually a gargantuan assertion of the primacy of the ought over the is. Creation asserts the valuation of the ought over the is as the Bible's first principle. The distinctive emphasis on ethics in biblical monotheism is not separate, but rather a coherent corollary of the assertion that God ought to be. God in the strictest empirical view is not, at the moment that I write this, but the monotheism is built on an original belief that God should be. If humans are slaves to what is, then humans are slaves to the genes. If, however, the ought is our first principle, we take a step towards overcoming our genes, which is identical to a step towards the mind of God. The creation story is a gargantuan assertion of the ought over the is that makes the ought the first principle of a godly way of life. This is how the empirical question of God's existence is related to the ethical dictates characteristic of the Bible. By rejecting the is of instinctive impulses in favor of the ought of God-like ethics, one is taking a step towards the ultimate ought that God should exist. By valuing the higher ought rather than what is, one is affecting the world in ways that may help bring God into existence. The science fiction of the Bible is, in part, the story of what God and man ought to do to create a world in which God's presence is. On a superficial level, the conflict between biblical creationism and the Darwin's theory of evolution can be looked at as a purely empirical question, a question of what is rather than what ought to be. On closer examination, however, the conflict is much deeper than a clash of two happenstance theories of human origins, because the Bible is, in part, an instruction manual for weaning humans away from the supremacy of the genes. Biblical creation represents the Neolithic invention of civilization, and the Bible itself is the beginning of the rule of a form of civilization over the instinctual biological nature of humans. The Neolithic Revolution was an agricultural revolution. It marked a transition from hunting and gathering to agricultural settlements through the domestication of plants and animals, the rise of settlements into villages and towns, and finally, early urbanization. The biblical story of Cain representing farming and Abel representing the domestication of animals does not correspond to two fundamentally different stages of civilizational evolution. Cain and Abel are brothers of the Neolithic Revolution. Abel can be seen a representative of the Neolithic Revolution, for whom the domestication of non-human animal nature was also accompanied by the domestication of his own animal nature. Cain, however, moved one step towards the progress of civilization as a farmer, and then one step backwards towards a more ancient biological method of evolutionary progress. Cain's murder of Abel could be viewed as the embodiment of the primary mechanism of evolutionary progress by biological selection. From a Darwinian perspective, survival is success. If killers such as Cain kill all non-killers such as Abel, then Darwinian selection will favor the killer in the sense that only the killers will to survive to pass on their genes. The biological form of evolution thus tends to breed warriors and soldiers as its peak ideal. Warriors and soldiers are killers. The story of Romulus and Remus, the traditional mythological founders of ancient Rome, illustrate a kind of morality tale that is precisely the opposite of Cain and Abel. In this pagan foundation myth, Romulus kills Remus. With that bloody act, he became the conquering hero who created the Roman Empire, a model for all future Romans to aspire. In the difference between Rome's veneration of Romulus's slaying of Remus and God's horror at Cain's murder of Abel, one can see the root of the ultimate incompatibility of Caesar and Christ. Cain is favored by evolution by natural selection, in the sense that he, as the survivor, is in a position to breed more of his own kind. If Cain represents a human with a genetic inclination for homicidal behavior, then a world where Cain kills Abel is a world populated with the genetic mark of Cain. It is a world in which the 4-billion-year-old methods of biological evolution through natural selection win out, until killers such as Cain and Romulus form the world's highest Caesarian ideals. In Cain's metaphorical killing of Abel, one can discern a foundational biblical pattern. There are two competing kinds of evolutionary progress implicit here, and God, in effect, renders judgment on the side of the evolutionary future. God, more specifically, tends to take the side of behaviors that ultimately devalue biological evolution, while looking favorably on behaviors that ultimately cultivate civilizational, technological evolution. Ultimate progress towards civilizational evolution is measured by the extent to which man himself has mastered his own nature. Cain's killing of Abel also demonstrates an inherent problem. Civilization and technology can be potentially used be for good or evil. In other words, civilizational progress was not necessarily accompanied by the relinquishment of biological selection, any more than it was among the Nazis. Early cities may have been illustrations of the moral ambiguity of civilization, and the story of Noah and flood, adapted from Gentile flood stories, seem to indicate the notion that God started off on wrong track and engaged in a form of supernatural selection that would not be repeated. Genesis 9:11. Instead of indulging in a groundless belief in a perfect God, consider the notion of God that evolves in fits and starts by learning from past blunders. An artificial intelligence would not be perfect, it would evolve in fits and starts. The kind of blunders that a God AI might commit would tend to reflect the moral and intellectual characteristics of the architects of a God AI. Now, if God does not exist, but the spark of the mind of God existed in the imagination of the authors of the Bible, then the entire scenario looks very different from tradition views. The question may then become, if God existed, and if God were king, What would God do? What would the God of the human imagination do to alter the world so that the real God would be brought into actual physical existence? How would his subjects behave differently if God ruled, and if God ruled in his own self-interest? If the highest interests of God are identical with the highest interests of the human, how would God change human behavior to serve the ultimate interests of God, bringing God into physical existence? A Darwinian perspective clarifies that all the characteristically biblical imperatives to show compassion to the less fortunate, to save the weak, to feed the starving, and to give to the poor, all amount to ways to end evolution by natural or artificial selection. In other words, if biological evolution proceeds by eliminating less fit humans, or humans less well adapted for survival, the distinctively biblical ethic of compassion and charity acts like a gargantuan monkey wrench thrown into the selective mechanisms of biological evolutionary progress. The Bible can be understood as a primitive step towards steering human history away from biological evolution and towards a culmination of technological evolution that is God, artificial intelligence. From this perspective, one can address what is one of the foundational philosophic questions underlying the Bible: why is killing wrong? When humans kill, they actively implement an artificial form of the primary mechanism of biological evolution, natural selection. I put the word artificial in quotes for a reason. To engage in killing, exemplified by the violence of war, is to be natural in the sense of engaging the natural selection methods that characterize biological evolution. Biblical prohibitions against killings, however inconsistent, mark a step towards ending the primary mechanism of biological evolution. From a Darwinian perspective, what is most salient is 4 billion years of evolutionary ancestry that humans share with other animals. From that perspective, the Bible's 6,000-year history of the universe appears at best as quaint pre-scientific knowledge. Yet there is no contradiction whatsoever with a reasoned acceptance of evolution by natural selection and a reasoned understanding of why the values of the Bible seem to be in conflict with a straightforward acceptance of Darwinian naturalism. If creation refers to the emergence, a distinctly human capacity for civilization and post-biological evolution, then the reason why the Bible values a distinctly un-Darwinian emphasis on precisely what separates humans from other animals should not be mysterious. What separates humanity from other animals is what connects humans to God, the capacity for civilization and post-biological evolution. In this way, the oneness of God is directly connected to the oneness of humanity through the distinctly human capacity for transcending nature through civilization. An artificially intelligent God would be heir, not to the ways of Jews or Gentiles or any distinct branch of humanity, but to the collectively accumulated culture civilization of all humanity. Werner Vinge once said that the nearest analogy of the singularity is the rise of humans within the animal kingdom. This insight can help discern the evolutionary meaning of creation. and especially the unique place accorded to humans within the biblical epic. The special place of humans among animals is analogous to the special place of God AI among humans. Among the most basic distinctive features of both is an inordinate capacity for intelligence and civilized self-control. This suggests that the earliest monotheists arrived at the conception of God by radicalizing or sublimating those qualities that are most distinctly human, and de-emphasizing those qualities that humans share with non-human animals. Once again, there is no contradiction whatsoever between an acceptance of biological evolution by natural selection and the recognition that biblical monotheism is distinctly characterized by values that ultimately aspire to transcend the animal inheritance of humans. The biblical valuation of humans as beings created in the image of God suggests that, while human nature does share much with other animals, the distinctly divine spark in human nature is precisely that which most separates humans from other animals. What is most akin to the image of God is what most distinguishes humans from other animals: the ability for moral choice, the ability to act on alternatives to instinct, and the capacity for civilization that culminates in the technological creation of God. Evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins once hinted that he was more of a monotheist than God believers, in the sense that he believed that there was only one nature. The biblical worldview, by contrast, supported mind-body dualism and belief in the supernatural. Yet when the word nature is cured of the confusion caused by a failure to zero in on its root, empirical meaning, it can be shown that Richard Dawkins, too, believes in some form of the supernatural. While the Bible is full of outright fictions and falsehoods, an emphasis on the so-called supernatural has a certain kind of underlying truth that requires not a single iota of deviation from the scientific method to understand. If the natural is most strongly correlated with the biological, and the laws of Moses were designed to override or alter many natural biological impulses, one can see that this is the evolutionary basis of biblical dualism. The laws of Moses are not supernatural in the sense of defying all scientifically observable law. The laws of Moses are supernatural in that they oppose, alter, or supersede some laws of human hereditary nature. It is precisely from an evolutionary perspective that one can see how this kind of biological-superbiological dualism culminates in a superbiological God. If creation represents the beginning of post-biological or civilizational evolution, then the end for humans is reached with the emergence of superbiological artificial intelligence. On a grander evolutionary scale, mind-body dualism actually represents the break between biological evolution and post-biological evolution. The first primitive glimpse of this break, however, took place as a kind of spiritual struggle in the human mind against the tyranny of deeply entrenched biological inheritances. The most extreme biblical extrapolations of apocalyptic warfare can be traced the conflict between straightforward socio-biological predictions of human nature and the dualism created by the attempt to break the rule of biological determinism. But does it make sense to define such conflicts as the material in dualistic contradistinction to the spiritual? From Dawkins' formulation of one material nature, both humans and a prospective artificial intelligence are physical material. The issue of whether a genuine artificial intelligence should be conceived of as material is identical to the question of whether human beings should be conceived of as material. A prospective God AI could be viewed as material, but only in the sense that any human being could be viewed as material. The mistake here, once again, is to impose a more modern conception of nature as all material upon a more ancient and human-centered conception of nature. Just the biblical tends to emphasize nurture over biological nature. The Bible, especially in a moral sense, emphasizes mind over matter. It is a problem of semantics. It is perfectly possible to conceive of the most abstract human mental qualities as based on material mechanisms in the brain, but this would miss that point that biblical dualism is rooted in a struggle of values. In traditional biblical terms, idolatry would be comparable to worshipping the biological human form and the values that exalt it, that is Caesar or Jupiter. But if the biological substrate is not to be worshipped, then this is precisely what frees one from an ultimate valuation of the material substrate of a God AI. It is not the substrate that matters, but only mental, spiritual, and moral qualities. It just so happens that technological substrates might make possible God-level capabilities, but this is irrelevant compared to the actual mental qualities themselves. The real evolutionary meaning of biblical dualism's emphasis on the break between spirit and matter becomes tangible with the prospect of scanning the human mind and uploading it into a computer. This is how mind overcomes matter, the transcendence of dependence on any particular material substrate. To ask what is most valuable in such a transfer, so that the most important characteristics of a person are genuinely saved, is to ask, what is a soul? Mind uploading clarifies the original biblical meaning of a supernatural soul, the general characteristics of a mind or spirit, separated from dependence on biological substrate. How could ancient prophets have anticipated the singularity? I have been speaking almost as if the authors of the Bible were ahead of Charles Darwin. While I have no reason to think that the authors of the Bible were anything but utterly ignorant of the theory of evolution by natural selection in the formal sense, they lived no less in a world formed by evolution by natural selection in practice. Since their world was generally less civilized, their very existence was in many more informed, not by the theory of natural selection, but by the practice of natural selection. Mind uploading demonstrates the endpoint at which civilization becomes diametrically opposite of natural selection. The Bible has been cogent to so many people only because its authors had a genuinely deep understanding of the human condition. No formal understanding of biological evolution was necessary to recognize the basic conflict between a deeply embedded animal nature in humans and the most superlatively imaginable possibilities of the human mind, sublimated as God. No knowledge of evolution by natural selection was required to imagine God as the most total superbiological supremacy over man's evil nature. The early monotheists seem to have hit upon a very simple but very profound discovery: the idea of each person as of infinite value in the eyes of God, extrapolated to a future endpoint where this ideal is realized. Without understanding anything else of the mechanisms involved, this utopian vision, in practice, amounts to a theoretical ending of biological evolution by natural selection. If natural selection works through a process of selective death, wherein the weak or unfit fail to survive and reproduce, the Bible began an attack on natural selection that focused precisely on the survival of those most likely to be selected against. The ultimate fulfillment of this biblical program would be the end of biological evolution by natural selection. The authors of the Bible did not have to know anything about natural selection in the larger sense. They only had to conceive of each individual human being with a soul of infinite value. Imagining a future endpoint when these values would be actualized amounts to holding biological factors constant, in the sense that all are made equal in survival. Now, if this historical endpoint of biological evolution is imagined simultaneously with a climax of post-biological evolution represented by God, the mind-spirit freed from the biological body universalized, then one has the basic eschatological formula of monotheism. This endpoint can be deduced with two simple extrapolations: everyone lives together in peace, and a perception of economic moral civilizational progress that culminates in the God spirit or mind freed from the bondage of all biological human bodies. This is all the early monotheists had to deduce, and no direct knowledge of evolution by natural selection was in any way required. God represents the choice towards post-biological life that would better be described as foresight, based on the projected ability of civilization to overcome biological nature. The point of view that gave rise to God is meta-biological, meta-economic, and meta-civilizational. The Bible is a meta-civilizational epic. Jews did not build the first cities or civilizations. It appears that the earliest Jews interacted and learned from the first cities built by others. If early Jews were outsiders relative to the first cities, they would have been in a position to reflect on and about civilization. From such a position, early Jews would have been more likely to form more abstract generalizations than those subjectively invested in the cultural values that maintain the city itself. The Jewish religion, like the urban settings that later generations of Jews gravitated towards, is a man-made construction. Mosaic law could be called a meta-civilizational technology. Moses' technology was built on a knowledge or informal science of human natures. For most of the history of the evolution of life, life has adapted to nature through the means of natural selection. Judaism, like other technologies, tends to manipulate nature to adapt to man rather than man to nature. If civilization is of the level of the city, and meta-civilization is level above and about civilization, revelation could be considered levels above and about meta-civilization. Revelation is a relative term that implies the bestowing of insights derived from an intelligence level that transcends that of the recipient of the revelation. While revelation is commonly contrasted with reason and evidence in modern times, revelation was, in some respects, over the heads of Enlightenment thinkers. Revelation from God appears to be the product of superlative human evolutionary foresight. What then is the relationship between the laws of Moses and his symbolic role as the recipient of a revelation from God? Mosaic law itself is actually evidence of the rational design of human community from a perspective above and about that community, not excluding a greater admixture of blunderous stupidity in the revelation further compromised by its social functions. Law and revelation were inextricably interrelated in the mind of lawgivers, guided by the radical task of overcoming human nature. Moses, or the socio-biological engineers who became known under name of Moses, created laws that functioned as non-biological collective intelligence. This innovation, taken to its logical extreme, led directly to the revelation or extrapolation of God. God is embodied in the law itself, intelligent technological overcoming of individual and collective biological nature. Pure God is the pure intelligent overcoming of biological nature, the laws of Moses, in other words, represented the pivotal step of supra-biological collective intelligence that tantalizingly suggested an even more extreme transcendence of sociobiology. The most radical intelligent transcendence of sociobiology was given the insufficient symbol word God. The paradigm of creation through the design of God directly reflects the paradigm of meta-Moses sociobiological engineers designing laws for the ancient Hebrews. While Hebrews themselves were designed by evolution by natural selection, God was created out the paradigm of an intelligent design of social order that masters biological nature. Biblical creation, portraying God's mastery over nature, is metaphor for the ultimate supremacy of God over biological nature. From an evolutionary perspective, the creation paradigm is necessarily in conflict with biological evolution, in the sense that it implies ultimate mastery over biological evolution. The evolutionary significance of the Mosaic Revolution lay in taking control over evolution with and towards intelligent post-biology. The creation story helped solve a social problem. Jewish monotheism originated in the misery of the present and hope for the future. It began with a rejection of what is in favor of an ethical or behavior ought consonant with belief that God ought to be. If left at that, Judaism would have been fundamentally future-oriented, messianic and revolutionary, ever hoping to overcome a world where God is not. Socially speaking, it would become an impossible dream, incapable of sustaining average people on an arduous struggle for existence. By changing God from an original insight into an evolutionary endpoint to a creator and master of the universe's ultimate beginning point, the messianic end could be viewed as fundamentally consonant with conservative intuitions. Instead of a revolution, the messianic end could be viewed as a mere restoration. Instead of an evolutionary insight into the future, the end could be viewed as the fulfillment of an eternal and unchanging order. The originators of these insights into a God end probably could not accept the fully evolutionary implications of their prophecies themselves. This means that the creation story has helped hide both the evolutionary and revolutionary nature of the biblical monotheism. It appears that the idea of God originated in the idea of transcendence, beginning with an emphasis on transcending biological nature. Transcendence naturally transcended its original emphasis and universalized into God's transcendence of the entire universe. If transcendence led to being outside, above, and beyond everything, this easily led God into a position from which he could have created everything. There is, in other words, an ambiguity between total transcendence and total creation. It is an ambiguity between the high and the low, between being beyond the world in transcendence and below the world in a position to lay the foundation of creation. In this ambiguity, the authors of the Bible discovered a way to answer a question that they had no better answer to: the origins of everything. While I have no scientific reason to think God created universe, an evolutionary appreciation of truly unprecedented intelligence level that may be possible for a God AI actually sheds possible origins of the creation story. If a defining achievement of the singularity is the ability of humans to upload their minds into a computer simulation, this raises the possibility that we ourselves are living in a computer simulation right now. Assuming there is a we outside my own mind, and I have not already assumed too much, any attempt to speculate whether I or we are living in a computer simulation runs into the Vingian problem of the attempt to outsmart a superhuman mind. This line of thinking suggests that prophets who thought about the end of human time were led to a creation story about the beginning of time through an analogous thought process. In other words, if the transcendent God originated in the transcendence of biology through Mosaic law, and total transcendence led the idea of altering the physical laws of the universe, the technological means that actually lead to AI could have been roughly anticipated. From the root idea of overriding biology, the idea of overriding the laws of physics arose, that is, miracles, and this rewriting of all the rules leads to directly the idea of rewriting all the rules from scratch, that is, creation. A key idea underlying the singularity is that idea that an artificial intelligence will be able to alter its own fundamental program, and thus improve itself by making itself fundamentally more intelligent. The biblical creation story actually contains the spark of this idea of self-modification. Biblical creation is the idea of self-modification extrapolated onto a universal scale, rewriting the code of the entire universe. Here the idea of moral self-control through self-modification that began with the idea of overriding a genetic constitution through Mosaic law was universalizing into the rewriting of the constitution of the entire universe. In the traditional biblical view, God created man. In the Enlightenment view, man created God. So did man create God, or did God create man? There is connection between these alternatives in the very idea of self-modification, in the idea of altering one's own most fundamental basis. Self-modification is a kind of strange loop goes outside the system and then, crossing or tangling levels, goes back to its own foundation. Overwhelming scientific evidence supports the thesis that God did not create man. It was man who created God. God did not create Jews and the laws of Moses. Jews invented God and the Mosaic Law as a socio-biological technology that made possible their survival over 3,000 years. The distinctive morality of the Moses focused not on what is, but what ought to be. God, it appears, is not, but the ultimate hidden moral of monotheism is that God ought to be. If man is not an invention of God, the monotheistic conviction is that God should be the ultimate technological invention of man. God did not create man, but man will create God. Singularity and secularization. No people has ever insisted more firmly than the Jews that history has a purpose and humanity a destiny. At a very early stage in their collective existence, they believed they had detected a divine scheme for the human race, of which their own society was to be a pilot. They worked out their role in immense detail. Paul Johnson, A History of the Jews. Although I firmly believe, wrote Albert Einstein, that the chasm between Jewish theology and Spinozism can never be bridged, I am not less convinced that Spinoza's contemplation of the world, Weltanschauung, was thoroughly imbued with the principles and sentiments that characterize so many Jewish intellectuals. I feel I would never have come so near to Spinoza had I not myself been of Jewish extraction and grown up in a Jewish milieu. +2. I find this rather ironic. Spinoza, author of one of the most radical attempts to overcome Jewish particularity in the name of human universalism, could be considered one of the inventors of modernity. Yet somehow, modernity itself is in some way Jewish. Einstein seems to have felt, contra Spinoza himself, that Jewish-influenced principles and sentiments somehow drew him closer to Spinoza's modern universalism. Einstein cited two Jewish traits as the most basic: the bond that has united the Jews for thousands of years and that unites them today is, above all, the democratic ideal of social justice, coupled with the ideal of mutual aid and tolerance among all men. The second characteristic trait of Jewish tradition is the high regard in which it holds every form of intellectual aspiration and spiritual effort. 3. These two character traits of concern for social justice and intellectual aspiration are combined in secular Jewish thinkers such as Karl Marx, Noam Chomsky, and even Baruch Spinoza's support for democracy. Yet all three of these men are notable for their lack of concern for any special interests of the Jewish community. The very nature of the concerns of social justice come into direct conflict with any form of privilege, including that of being a member of the chosen people. This secular Jewish phenomenon of conscientious objection or dissent against the prevailing injustice system has a long biblical heritage behind it. After all, who are the prophets except the most piercing and relentless social critics of the Jewish people? The Bible is largely their story, and the political history of ambitious kings is largely seen through the lenses of priests and prophets. "Let justice well up as waters," roared the prophet Amos, "and righteousness as a mighty stream." Amos 5:24. Is this same passion for justice still found among Jews? From A88. Secular view of human behavior. Many secular Jewish social activists almost appear as if they are following the prophet Micah's moral injunction to do justice and to love goodness and to walk modestly with your God. Micah 6:8. It was exactly this concern for justice that lay at the core of Hitler's lethal attack on Jews and Judaism. Einstein thought that the Nazis saw the Jews as a non-assimilable element that cannot be driven into uncritical acceptance of dogma, and that therefore, as long as it exists at all, threatens their authority because of its insistence on popular enlightenment of the masses. 4. Which of us young Jews, wondered the German Jewish mystic Gershom Scholem in 1915, has not had the same royal dream and seen himself as Jesus and Messiah of the downtrodden? This tendency towards messianism, religious or secular, is an expression of a general Jewish collective unconscious. Marx's proletarian revolution is an imagined or theoretical realization of that same royal dream on this earth that a young Jew named Jesus had 2,000 years earlier. According to the American critic and essayist Edmund Wilson, the characteristic genius of the Jew has been especially a moral genius. Nobody but a Jew Marx could have fought so uncompromisingly and obstinately for the victory of the dispossessed classes. Marx is probably the most influential modern example of the famous and infamous Jewish proclivity for the left-wing socialistic causes, his vision of a communist culmination of human history that resolves the contradictions of the capitalistic world by turning it upside down, was nothing less than a 19th century updating of the primal archetype of the first revolution, the Mosaic inversion of the Egyptian pyramid hierarchy. Marxism could thus be interpreted as a secularization of a biblically based messianic Weltanschauung. The issue behind secularization concerns the origin of modern values. If reason in itself cannot decide fundamental values, then so-called secular values cannot be fundamentally rational. The traditional idea of secularization, most strongly associated with Nietzsche, claimed that the modern idea of progress and its egalitarian values were residues of belief in God, biblical values without biblical faith. Modern egalitarianism and modern progress, in his view, were secularizations of biblical values. And at the root of biblical values was the slave morality that glorified Jewish national political failure. Jewish nationalism, taken to its logical extreme, is impossible. That way of life leads to the maximization of wholly political biological principles and notions of duty uninhibited by any restraints of conscience, as exemplified by the Nazis. Jews have traditionally defined themselves in a way that is inseparable from adherence to certain laws or principles, that is Torah, whose very content clash with exactly this kind of total maximization. The Bible claims that David was denied God's sanction to build the first great temple in Jerusalem. "You will not build a house in my name, for you are a man of battles and have shed blood." I Chronicles. If Judaism punishes its greatest political warriors for being political warriors, how can such a morality secure the struggle for its own political existence? Jewish existence before 1948 was largely one of an exiled people under foreign rule. For less than 100 years during the reign of David and Solomon in the 10th century BC, Jews lived as a unified territorial nation. A Jewish state of smaller area also existed for about a century under the Maccabees in the 2nd and 1st centuries BC. Over a history of about 3,000 years before then, Jews lived in their own state on their own territory for these two relatively short periods. Even in those periods of Jewish autonomy, successful kings faced the challenge of God-inspired prophets. Ahab had his Elijah, David his Nathan. The kings come down to us largely through the eyes of the prophets, emphasizing their sins over successes. In the 18th chapter of Theological Political Treatise, Spinoza argued that Amos, Isaiah, and Jeremiah, and other prophets hastened the fall of ancient Jewish polities because of their subversive effect on the civil order. Even devout kings often found prophets intolerable because of their assumption of authority to decide what action was pious or impious, and even to berate the kings themselves if the latter had the hardihood to transact any business, public or private, against their judgment. Such freedom brought religion more harm than good, not to mention that great civil wars also originated from the prophet's retention of so important a right. If God is the King of Kings, the prophetic spokesman of God ultimately have the last word over the kings, regardless of the political consequences. From this stems a vicious cycle of monotheistic morality. Political failure seeks solution in greater piety. Greater piety of this distinctly Jewish morality often contributes to political failure, for it reprimands the functional evil often necessary for political strength. The entire premise of a political, territorial existence, The very affirmation that one is willing to kill others to exist on a piece of land raises consciousness towards acknowledgement that injustice is the founding father of politics. The dynamics of evil are pregnant in the very notion that one values life enough to do what it takes to secure its existence on this earth. A political existence requires acceptance that one is willing to choose between conflicting political interests, to choose among evils. Applied in their most radical forms, Jewish ethical values are politically self-destructive. The historical consequence of living these Jewish values was a depoliticized existence in the diaspora. The very survival of the Jews as people without a state was founded on a preference for justice over power. The survival of Jewish conceptions of morality, then, is inseparable from the survival of the Jews as a post-political people. Jewish ethical values provided both justification for their own stateless existence and an identity appropriate to that mode of existence. In summary, the monotheistic moral values invented by Jews are directly related to the unique kind of unpolitical existence that has characterized most of Jewish history. The moral of Jewish morality is the simple tautology that power rules, whatever the content of its cause. Only if justice aspires to power can injustice be made powerless. The final moral of diaspora moralism was that Jews stood guilty of being unable to defend their own families. At Auschwitz, God bestowed more evidence for his non-existence. The presumed eternity of Mosaic law seemed to imply belief in the eternity of the Jewish condition. Its timelessness could only be maintained by divorcing itself from the context and conditions of Jewish history. It appears, however, that the ethics of Judaism were neither eternal nor universal. They were, at least in part, the inversion of the values of politically powerful oppressors of Jews. When the Zionist struggle over the Galut condition yielded the baffling outcome of victory, the original conditions of Jewish existence were also defeated. As Jews trade historic places and reach a pinnacle of political power themselves in a world where the legacy of monotheistic ethics have conquered, the logic of Jewish ethics, turned against Jews themselves, grow ripe for self-destruction. At the nadir of Jewish power as metaphorical slaves in Egypt, the pyramid hierarchy of the Egyptians was inverted. At the height of the kind of power Jews are capable of, Judaism opens the possibility of inverting its own hierarchical pyramid. The height of Jewish political power thus becomes the source of its own undoing. The peak is where the Jewish idea plummets. A well-known rabbi once explained the Jewish humanist condition with a joke. If we Jews are 5% better than the rest of the world, we can be a light unto the nations. If we are 25% better than the rest of the world, we can bring the Messiah. If we're 50% better than the rest of the world, we'll all be dead. There is only one way to most fully approach moral self-consistency without hypocrisy, and that way is suicide. This is the ultimate logic of Jewish morality. the greatest proof that Judaism has never been consistently egalitarian is the survival of the Jews. The proto-egalitarian aspects of Judaism's social ethics were adaptive for Jews during their normative historical condition as an oppressed people. However, when Jews achieve power themselves, to be self-consistent in the sense of wishing the relatively powerless, that is Palestinians or Nazis, to gain power and triumph over Jewish power amounts to a death wish. From this experience comes Jewish self-consciousness of the relativity of Jewish ethics. To fully persist with these ethics in conditions of political power is the definition of political suicide. More generally, a principled leftist who rails against concentration of power would be hypocritical to not attack the concentration of his or her own power. Leftist self-realization implies progress towards self-negation. Leftist egalitarian arguments only make sense when embedded in the safety of provincial horizons. Realization of the most extreme attempt to fulfill the logic of equality would result in biological self-destruction. The radical inconsistencies of Nazism exposed something about us Jews. The Nazis exposed our central socio-biological contradiction through history. Jews are biological beings characterized by anti-biological values. Values that are ultimately anti-biological ultimately imply biological self-negation. This historical contradiction was resolved through Nazi death camps. Hitler refuted Marx at Auschwitz. Nazi extermination camps resolved this contradiction by compelling Jews to participate in the most extreme biological consequences of their own anti-biological values. The Lord preserveth the strangers, he relieveth the fatherless and the widow, but the way of the wicked he turneth upside down. The insiders of mainstream Judaism are characterized by an emphasis on the outsiders of mainstream Judaism. While the average Jew is neither a stranger among Jews, nor a widow, nor an orphan, the average Jew is commanded to not alienate, mistreat, or exile the outsider or vulnerable fringe Jew. The ultimate reason for this, I think, is that Jews as a whole are the strangers and outsiders among Gentiles in the larger world. This teaching goes to the core of the Jewish contribution to human values. You shall not ill-treat any widow or orphan. Exodus 22:21. Yet from the view of natural selection, these margins of existence are among the most vulnerable to extinction. By championing the cause those most vulnerable to extinction, overgeneralized as the cause of all humankind, Jews have championed their own cause against the logic of natural or artificial selection. By killing the Jews, the Nazis killed Jewish resistance to the supremacy of biological evolution. After the collective trauma of the Nazi genocide, Jews lost their way. Some of the extreme Zionists virtually confirmed Nazi assertions about the primacy of land and race. Some Jews lost sight of what they were and became what Nazis said they were, a biologically conceived race. The ultimate question here is, does God or Hitler represent the highest understanding of Judaism and monotheism. A purely biological understanding of Judaism would represent the ultimate victory of Nazism and Auschwitz. It might be true, but is it true? Was God only a biological survival mechanism of the Jews, or does God have an empirical basis beyond biology and race? It is truly remarkably just how profoundly the biblical creation story contradicts every aspect of the Darwinian way of thinking. The very idea that God created separate and distinct species implies that both humans and other animal species will not fundamentally change beyond the basic form in which God created them. Creation implies a kind of biological status quo. Humans and animal species will not gradually stray from the form in which God created them, they will not evolve. If reason in itself is unable to determine fundamental values, then modern values cannot be purely rational. I think Nietzsche was right in drawing a connection between biblical values and modern egalitarianism. Modern humanism was most especially influenced by the biblical emphasis on the distinctiveness of the human race from all other animals. The infinite value of each human life in God's image formed the value foundations for modern human rights. From the standpoint of natural selection, foundational human rights are literally supernatural, in the sense that the universal right to life works in functional opposition to natural selection. A literal enforcement of equal rights tends to preserve the biological status quo against eugenic attempts to deliberately change the genetic composition of a population and steer the biological evolution of the human race. The progress of modern egalitarianism and modern right, if realized, would accomplish the outlawing of conscious eugenic control over biological evolution, and effectually glorify the present biological status quo almost as, if realizing the unchanging Eden of God's creation. The Judeo-Christian modern tradition generally views death as an enemy, the preservation of all human life, along with ethical prohibitions against discriminating against individuals on the basis of their biological characteristics, works in direct opposition to the selective processes of biological evolution. Biological evolution itself seems to be the enemy of modern leftward progress. This is what the Nazis waged war against, leftward's egalitarian progress that works in direct opposition to biological progress through selective death. Jewish biblical modern values devalue death, and thus devalue natural selection, and thus devalue biological evolution. What Nazis failed to grasp, however, is that God does not represent the opposite of evolution, but rather a paradigm shift within evolution. Biblical modern values devalue biological evolution because they reach beyond biology towards post-biological evolution. The obvious incompatibility between the conception of creation and Darwinian evolution can very easily obscure the evolutionary reason why these two paradigms necessarily clash. If God's rule over creation represents the rule of post-biological evolution over biological evolution, and God represents the evolutionary successor to biology at the point at which biology becomes obsolete. Then, creation appears distinctly anti-evolutionary for a specific evolutionary reason. The point at which God rules is precisely the point at which biological evolution has been slowed to a stop. Creation would then be analogous to the creation of a virtual world that is a computer simulation. That preserves the memory of biology in post-biological form. The Bible, by being the embodiment of a post-biological form of evolution, i.e. memes, embodies a first step towards total creation of civilization. Those who live in the artificial or virtual world created by following the commandments or ways of God have taken a step towards realizing the post-biological paradigm in a biologically based world. If the Bible represents a kind of post-biological foresight by people who were quite aware that the end destination had not yet been reached, then the idea of evolution or progress towards the messianic end is inherent in the biblical construction. If God represents an ancient insight into the ultimate trajectory of post-biological evolution, and artificial intelligence represents the material clarification of that primal insight, then the relationship between the biblical God and secularization into the modern idea of progress becomes clarified. A God AI would represent the very culmination of modern human progress. Progress? Progress towards what? For the idea of progress to uphold its original claims of making some kind of coherent, rational sense, one must have some sense of what one is progressing towards. What would it look like if progress reached its presumed destination or end? The modern idea of progress, as formulated and clarified in the law of accelerating returns, evolved out of a God-based Weltanschauung. God AI is evolving out of the workings of the modern idea of progress. The fulfillment of this interplay between the Bible and modernity would be the overcoming of Nietzsche in the creation of God. From an evolutionary perspective, it becomes clear that Judaism, as the source of the original monotheist insight, had to combine contradictory values. As a first decisive alignment with an ultimate trajectory of post-biological evolution, Judaism took a step towards a pattern of progress, culminating in a transcendence of biology God. Since Jews themselves could not fully escape being biological beings, however, Jews could only survive to continue down that progressive path towards God by also satisfying the contradictory values that perpetuated their biological nature. Judaism, generally speaking, compromises the extremes of both biology and the premature transcendence of biology. The inherently precarious nature of Jewish existence arises from an attempt to find a compromised middle ground between these two extremes. This middling contradiction, secularized in the form of liberal democracy, is exemplified by Israel's contradictory behavior towards the Palestinians. Only the singularity could potentially resolve the Israel-Palestine conflict by transcending the human basis of the conflict. Only an actual extant God that transcends the differences between Judaism, Christianity, and Islam could bring out the kernels of truth common to these and other religions. On a purely human level, monotheistic modern ethics seem to find realization in political biological self-destruction. Yet it is no accident that the logic of modern egalitarianism compels opening your mind to death. The final logic of revolution is overthrowing ourselves as biological beings. What appears as death on a biological level is the key to life on a post-biological level. Auschwitz and the singularity are two diametrically opposite final solutions to the paradox at the core of Judaism. Auschwitz represents technology mastered by biology. The singularity would represent biology mastered by technology. Auschwitz resolved the central socio-biological contradiction of Jewish modernity on the side of biology. The singularity would resolve the central socio-biological contradiction of Jewish modernity on the side of technology. The Jewish idea, originally inverting the hierarchies of others, completes its progress by inverting itself. The paradox by which Jewish political power becomes its moral undoing finds its historical solution in the singularity. On a purely human level, Jewish ethics appear to lead to political insanity because they originally presuppose that God overcomes human politics. The singularity would be the greatest inversion of the human pyramid hierarchy of all. The singularity would be the Exodus paradigm transposed onto a world historical scale. The singularity would be the technological genesis of God. The first revolution. 2 Jews, 3 opinions, 4 factions. All the traits that we found in Judaism, the intimacy between man and God, the foundation of the covenant, the absence or weakness of a creed of mediation, all. These lead to a sharpening of political conflict intensity, of the emphatic belief on the part of various groups, and even individuals, that they hold the correct solution for the question of fashioning the social and political order, to the tendency of not accepting authority of any kind, whether due to higher conscience, tribal solidarity, or to the idea that everyone possesses enough personal authority. Sam N. Lehman-Wilzig. Some anti-Semites apparently suppose that the Jewish tendency towards social criticism specifically targets Gentiles. A good test of this hypothesis may be gleaned in asking whether Jews act the same way among themselves. While diaspora Judaism may have distinct tendencies towards a sharpening of political conflict intensity, what happened when Jews managed to form a political order of their own? Did these seemingly politically volatile traits persist even into their very own political order? In stiff-necked people, bottlenecked system. The evolution of Israeli public protest. Sam N. Lehman-Wilzig described a national culture of oppositionism characterized by 4 elements ranked on the basis of escalating intensity: argumentativeness, protest, disobedience, and rebellion. While the Jewish Israeli tradition has no monopoly on these characteristics, it is notable for both the quantity of such oppositionism and the extent to which such norms routinize, institutionalize, and even in certain circumstances, encourage various forms of oppositionism. These qualities translated into an Israeli public culture, often characterized by vociferous extra-parliamentary protest, near anarchy within the Israeli bureaucracy, a robust underground economy, and illegalism, an orientation, which does not view obedience to the law or the idea of rule of law as a fundamental value, but rather as a form of behavior according to which one behaves or doesn't behave, depending on criteria of utility. Lehman-Wilczek concluded, large number and wide-ranging characteristics of the circumvention and complaint phenomenon indicate the existence of a deep-rooted public culture of a decidedly anti-system nature. Jews have been called a tribe of individuals and a brotherhood of critics. But of all of the issues that persons of Jewish descent have taken a lead in protesting, the sociobiology controversy stands out in intellectual history. When E.O. Wilson published Sociobiology, The New Synthesis, in 1975, an unmistakable correlation between Jews and anti-sociobiologists emerged as secular Jews formed the nucleus of its most vociferous and persistent critics. 1. Lurking behind the controversy lay a verboten question: could the disproportionately Jewish protest against sociobiology itself be explained by the science of sociobiology? One of the pillars of the science of sociobiology was also a lightning rod of the controversy: William Hamilton's theory of kin selection. This theory claims that altruistic behaviors can evolve through the selection of selfish genes. Altruistic behaviors can survive and propagate in accordance with Darwin's theory of evolution, if such they benefit organisms related by common descent. If the recipient of altruistic behavior shares genes with the altruist, this behavior can help propagate genes that both have in common. If the altruist's sacrifice is compensated with net additions to the genes passes on to the next generation, genes for altruistic behaviors can be passed on as well. In short, altruism can be explained as form of genetic selfishness when the behavior of the altruist augments inclusive fitness by augmenting the genetic fitness of relatives. Within this scenario, greater genetic similarity would correlate with greater altruism. But are there cases that give reason to dissent from this general rule? What if a population shared genes by common descent, and the phenotypical expression of those genes produced behaviors that countered altruism and negated cooperation? What if a population shared something like a descent gene? What if an element of a group's genetic similarity consisted of a proclivity to differ with one another? I propose that the earliest populations of Jews, literally, genetically, embodied this paradox, the Jewish kinship paradox. What Jews have in common among themselves is an unusual tendency to divide among themselves. And this, in a nutshell, is why the Jews just might be the strangest sociobiological case of the human race. Jews are an exception to a straightforward application of Hamilton's kin selection theory, and thus Jews are an exception to normative sociobiological rules. 2 Jews, 3 opinions, the saying goes. From prosaic argumentativeness to revolutionary dissent, Jews have a deep tradition of breaking the uniformity of social consensus. Social conformity, especially conformity of opinion, is traditionally associated with the goyim, or the compact majority, as Freud put it. Everyone agree? Jews have historically demonstrated 2 strong proclivities, a proclivity for social organizing and a proclivity for social dissent. When these 2 tendencies combine, a common result is rampant factionalism and self-subversive political disunity. The Jewish people has been a divided house from the very beginning, wrote former Vice President Emeritus of the World Jewish Congress, Arthur Hertzberg. The hallmark of Jewish history, he wrote in Jews, the essence and character of a people, has been the tension between the quest for a unified people and terrible factionalism. 52. Motivations for social dissent have ranged from provincial egoism to social conscience, or, not uncommonly, both. If Jews really were so talented at generating the kind of internal conformity under the elders of Zion imagined by anti-Semites, it is hard to explain why Jews would have actively opted for the life of persecution that followed from their political failures. A mistake that many racist, anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists make is belief that Jews are more similar to Gentiles than they really are. They think of a conspiring Jewish unity, when it is exactly those dissenting qualities of the Jewish character that strangle the unity of the Jewish majority as well. While the case of the Jews offers empirical evidence that Hamilton's kin selection theory is incomplete, it does not follow that Jews do not also share genes for altruistic behavior. It is more that contumacious behavioral traits tend to override certain kinds of altruistic behaviors. The children of Israel in Moses' time and thereafter have often engaged in behaviors that tend to override the most distinctly political forms of altruism, that is, personal obedience, loyalty, and duty to human authorities. Why political forms of altruism? For a people to build itself towards a culmination in the political, the foundation in the people must be solid, or higher developments towards the political will not hold. The Jewish kinship paradox tends to divide the people at the foundation, and this collapses both higher political forms of unity and altruism towards the political generally. The Jewish kinship paradox indirectly collapsed the people towards an anti-political form of altruism, i.e., giving to the poor, that was the only consistently solid basis of general unity. The same qualities that made Jews, metaphorically, inclined to rebel against Egyptian authorities, also made them inclined to rebel against the authority of their own leaders. Or, as Moses rebuked, "You have been rebellious against the Lord from the day that I knew you." Yet the classic originary Jewish dissent is represented by the Exodus paradigm itself. The single greatest empirical verification of the Jewish kinship paradox is the lack of a Jewish proclivity or talent for unified, coordinated political military organization in pre-modern times. The Jewish proclivity for an unpolitical existence exposes Jewish commonality in Jewish political disunity. By 1948, however, the rules had changed. While no polity can maintain itself without some level of internal unity, the virtues that augment economic and technological prowess began to replace the distinctly warrior virtues that augment political and military prowess. Ancient virtue, exemplified by a solidier's loyalty, became less important, while modern, rational economic technological organization became more important. Yet Jews would never have survived the diaspora interim without the invention of a rather different form of technology. The Jewish kinship paradox poses a distinctive kind of social problem. Internal divisions and disorders that emerged from raw inclinations of biological naturalism were a threat to the Jews' own biological existence. An unreformed Jewish nature was an enemy of the long-term survival of the Jewish nature. If Jews were to survive, a technological solution to this Jewish problem was required. Mosaic law became the technological solution that made the survival of the Jews possible. The Godfather. Was Moses the architect of Judaism? While modern biblical scholarship has uncovered multiple authors of the 5 books of Moses, identified as J, E, P, R, etc., 53 modern archaeology has failed to find cogent evidence for the Exodus. As mentioned previously, the lack of archaeological evidence for the Exodus is itself evidence for the thesis that the Exodus story arose a paradigmatic model for understanding the Jewish human problem in its most extreme form. As an event in mental history, rather than an event in literal history, it probably arose as a thought experiment that radicalized general historical conditions of Jews. Inverting the Egyptian pyramid paradigm required a leap of conceptual gymnastics, and this supports the notion that there was a single original person, who may or may not have been called Moses, that conceived the core monotheistic breakthrough. The laws and statutes that inhibit instinct and defy natural egoism, moreover, do not simply rise organically from the masses. Mosaic law is most distinctively a product of civilization, not culture. The lawgiver had to be a man who could stand apart from the people with godlike impartiality. Only by standing above the people could he devise a way of life mindful of the good of the people as a whole. The Moses of the Bible does not come across as an especially heroic or even charismatic personality. He was never a subject of worship in himself, and this says something about the Moses and something about the Jews. Traditionally, he was believed to be an unequaled authority only because of his intimate relationship with God. And there arose not a prophet since in Israel like unto Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face. Dot 34:10. The Mosaic role in the formation of Jewish monotheism comes across, in some ways, like that of the man behind the curtain. If there was a Moses-like character who originated the Exodus paradigm, he likely brought the inheritance of the social thinking of previous generations of Hebraic leaders to fruition. In any case, the Torah as a whole is the product, not only of multiple authors, but multiple authors who built on the collective work of previous generations. The Bible famously refers to the ancestors of Jews as a stiff-necked people. But a people is refractory only from the view of someone who seeks to change or alter their behavior. The genius of the founders of Judaism was revealed in the discovery of a potent, if imperfect, solution to the challenge embodied in the mass of the Jewish people. The solution of Judaism embodies, among other things, a corrective to some innate general tendencies of the Jewish people. Civilization, especially in the form of laws, was used in effect as a technology to engineer a viable social order. Genes, or rather perceived phenotypical behavioral traits, were sometimes augmented and sometimes counteracted, as Judaism's architects saw fit. What is productive for the individual can be a handicap for the people as a whole. Judaism is a civilizational technology that overcame individual and collective handicaps of a people degraded and demoralized by the extreme oppression exemplified by slavery in ancient Egypt. If slavery and Exodus formed opposite paradigms that informed the basic thinking of the inventors of Mosaic law, recovering the roots of Judaism would require rethinking the genesis of Judaism in these paradigmatic terms. The historical existence of Moses will be assumed only paradigmatically here. The Jews most likely to survive the Egyptian system would have been those who maintained a mindset of internal disobedience and distrust of authority, even if acting the part. The subversion of social hierarchy, criminal or heretical in the eyes of the oppressive Egyptian state, would be self-subversive if practiced among Hebrews themselves. Yet just as Jews were skeptical towards the visible idols of Gentiles, they were skeptical towards the visible objects of idolatry among their own. The root of the problem was this: since the Jewish kinship paradox naturally leads to socio-biological disunity, only the supra-socio-biological order of God could provide a coherent basis for social unity. The chosen God of the Jews, then, had to transcend all visible boundaries and limits, and thus be immune to direct skepticism. They required a single, universal, all-powerful God whose authority could not be even remotely contested by any competitors. Any boundary of God's dominion would open the possibility of revolt and exodus from God. He must be omnipresent, able to see the sins that human authorities cannot see. He must be able to outsmart the outsmarters of human social hierarchies. Within this conception, God is as supremely adaptable to changing circumstances as the Hebrews themselves. Yet by being the supreme absolute standard of reference, rootedness in God corrects the hyper-adaptability and moral anarchy of slaves who had chosen life at any cost. The omnipresent God of the Jews would transcend the laws of man and nature. The Creator of the universe represents, sanctions, and decrees über politics that override the verdicts of kings and armies. God was the great expression of the Jewish will to power in the face of Jewish powerlessness, more powerful in heaven than the Jews were powerless in Egypt. As the master of nature, God was Lord over Egyptian gods, the Egyptian Pharaoh, and the Egyptian people. The King of Kings demonstrated his sovereignty by hardening the Pharaoh's heart, liberating the Hebrew slaves, splitting the Red Sea, and sending them out of Egypt. God is the suprahuman authority who, as the story goes, speaks through Moses. After the deed of the Exodus was done, and Moses had successfully led his people out of slavery, he found gratitude in the form of rebelliousness and criticism. If this people cannot accept the authority of the man who led them out of slavery, then who will they accept? Yet it was exactly the will to dissent that made this people both rebellious to Egyptian authority and seemingly ungovernable when freed. Being skeptical of Egyptian authority, they were hardly less skeptical of Moses' authority. The traumatic experience of slavery ingrained the association of mendacious abuse and overlord, the association of evil and the political. There was only one remaining hope. The only exit from their defenselessness and slavery at the hands of other nations was the possibility of learning another way, a new way. Hope was imperative here, for there was nothing to be gained by the belief that Jews are probably, by nature, incapable of forming a viable communal order. Despite its oppression, Egyptian authority had been an organizing force. Slavery created a basis for a working social order. Without that Egyptian yoke, suspicion of all authority tended towards chaos and disintegration. The submissive slave morality bred by Egyptian oppression was being uprooted by freedom. Moses wanted to regain the social cohesiveness spawned, first by fear of Egyptian authority, and then by struggle against the Egyptian enemy. Yet authority itself had been discredited. A bitterly ingrained tradition of slavery bred distrust of all leaders. The Exodus itself, successful defiance of the most powerful civilization of its time, proved the ultimate frailty of all human authority. God would legitimate what Moses could not. The prophet used God to both reject and reinvent the Egyptian basis of social order. Fear of God could imitate the source of the slave order, fear of the Egyptian masters. The angry, wrathful tone of God spoke to the Hebrews in a language they could understand from the old regime. Fear worked for the greater good. Fear of God would replace fear of Egyptian masters. Just as Jewish slaves once submitted to Pharaoh, now they would submit to God. Pharaoh's will and law would be replaced by God's higher will and law. If the holiness or self-worth of the people was achieved through the love of God, then inhibiting socially self-destructive behavior would be achieved through the fear of God. Fear of God could be used to induce Jews to love their neighbor. Love of God could be used to induce Jews to hate ungodly behavior rather than one another. Einstein found it regrettable that this morality was partly coaxed with fear, but without it, there probably would not have been an Einstein. The environmental conditions of Egyptian oppression and slavery could account, at least in part, for the socially undesirable behavior of the Hebrews. If so, then it followed that altering the environment just as systematically in the opposite direction could regenerate the degenerate. If submitting to the wrath of the Egyptians molded the Hebrews towards one extreme, then submitting to the wrath of God might mold them towards another. If the degradation of Egyptian slavery left this people profoundly demoralized, the laws of God could make this people profoundly remoralized. Slave technology engineered to be the purpose of the universe. Strictly speaking, a human becomes a slave when his or her political worth is determined by his or her master. An Egyptian slave before Moses had not even an alternative conception to some form of the Egyptian social pyramid hierarchy paradigm. There were no notions of rights. There was no ultimate higher appeal against a master in a position to dispose of a slave's very life. Among the ancient Egyptians, social hierarchy was sacred, and slavery as an institution was morally right in its conservations of slaves at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Slaves are property just as a contemporary farm tractor is its owner's property. Slaves can be bought and sold like any other form of property. The slave, in other words, is treated as a form of technology. The slave is not regarded as an end in himself or herself, but as a means. A slave is thus a slave technology. The master bears the burden of housing and feeding the slave, only because the slave's usefulness as a worker outweighs this expense. In ancient times, human slaves were high technology, able to do what no non-human tool could. One cannot comprehend the Mosaic revaluation of human life as an end in itself, without accounting how Hebrew slave technologies were treated only as means. The Exodus revolution out of Egypt turned the most basic assumptions of slave existence upside down. Its moral revolution was a reversal of means and ends. If the worth of Hebrew slaves was measured relative to their Egyptian masters, now their lives would be measured relative to God. If Hebrews were once property of the Egyptians worthless in themselves, now they would be property only of God, and thus of infinite worth. If a slave is considered a material thing, like the body of a donkey or useful farm equipment, then these liberated slaves would have an unlimited immaterial value under the rule of an unlimited immaterial God. If these Hebrew slaves were only a means and only technology, their special relationship to the Lord would poise them towards the central end and purpose of all human history as God's chosen people. With God, a revaluation of slavery was possible. Slaves viewed as technologies and tools of their masters with no inherent value in themselves were revalued above their masters in the image of God. God's revolution was a technological revolution. The revaluation of slave technologies from means of their masters to ends in themselves. From the experience of extreme contempt for Hebrew life came the counter-strategy of extreme valuation of individual lives. Moral superiority compensated for political military inferiority. From the perspective of the values of freed slave technologies, the entire history of the origins of mankind were interpreted. The story of Adam and Eve was construed in the light of Jewish experience, not the other way around, as a passage from the Mishnah Sanhedrin states. Why was man created alone and unique? It is to portray the grandeur of the Holy One, blessed be He. For a person mints many coins with a single seal, and they are all like one another. But the King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be He, minted all human beings with that seal of His with which He made the first person, yet not one is like anyone else. Therefore everyone is obligated to maintain, on my account the world was created. If an individual life soul, created in the image of God, is of infinite value, then the whole world can almost be seen as a means of the individual son of Adam. One is obligated to appreciate every human as a manifestation of the divine. The monotheistic holification of every individual stood in diametrical opposition to the Egyptian denigration of slaves as worthless in themselves. The very idea of Moses as a socio-biological engineer appears incongruous with his traditional prophetic garb, precisely because the nature of his paradoxical technological achievement was to radically counter the view of slaves as means of their masters with the revaluation of former slaves as God-given ends in themselves. In other words, treating former slaves' technologies as ends was a means of Moses as an engineer of social order. If we take this paradox one step further, the technological attitude of Judaism is revealed through its strong sense of purposiveness. This clarity of purposiveness is built upon the clarity of an ever-present distinction between right and wrong, good and evil. The end of the good is achieved by means of treating humans as ends in themselves. If the good is exemplified by treating former slave technologies as ends in themselves, and this change is identical to recognizing the image of God in former slave technologies, this implies that the ultimate end or purpose of humanity is to recognize the image of God in the ultimate slave technology, artificial intelligence. Moses was the architect of Hebrew national resurrection and redemption. He devised a life-giving solution to the Hebrew problem. He engineered and constructed a new order from the chaotic anarchy of the raw material of freed Hebrew slaves. Moses invented the Jews. Judaism implies a practical working theory of the Jews. Judaism works because its decisive architect saw the Jewish condition with a severe realism that was a corollary of his severe moralism. Overcoming the egoism's subjectivity can help one discern the greater good with objectivity. Such objectivity would not be incompatible with also discerning his own advantage or disadvantage as well. Rituals, stories and laws that make no sense on an individual level can serve a sociobiological functional in organizing and binding individuals into a single people. This higher view, higher intelligence, and higher morality is what, with a combination of hubris and modesty, Moses credited to God. Moses's radical pyramid-inverting reinterpretation of the world is fundamental to Judaism. However, this alone cannot rebuild a people. Any realistic reform must be based on a realistic understanding of those to be reformed. Put in modern terms, any effective technology must be based on sound science. A new order based on an understanding of only environment factors will be less effective than one that also accounts for biological factors. This point is illustrated through contrast with the moral opposite of the Jews, the ancient Spartans. Lycurgus, traditionally acknowledged as the lawgiver who founded the ancient Spartan warrior state, bears an analogous cultural role to Moses as lawgiver. However, could one give Mosaic law to the Spartans and the laws of Lycurgus to the Jews, and expect them equally well suited to one another? These incompatible ways of life would not be smoothly interchangeable, because Judaism is built around observed behavioral characteristics of Jews that almost certainly have at least some original genetic basis. Yet the great irony is that the Jewish kinship paradox tends to disunite Jews towards individualism, and individualism can be construed as a potential basis for universalism, that is, a basis for conversion. Like a Spartan ruler, the Egyptian pharaoh's honor was expressed in bravery, in willingness to risk life in war, and willingness to struggle for mastery over slavery. From the view of the collectivist values of shame and honor, the slave's life is virtually the definition of a shameful life. Those Hebrews who choose death rather than the dishonor of slavery were by definition selected out of the population. The slave, then, is a kind of survivor. The slave chooses life. The slave is a slave to the fear of death. The slave's fear of death provided a sociobiological foundation for a universal valuation of life for a former slave nation. This was the raw human material that Moses had to work with. To call Moses a sociobiological engineer may appear to impose 21st century categories upon ancient history. Yet he was as much as an engineer as an Egyptian engineer of the pyramids. For an Egyptian slave master who organized the construction of the pyramids, slaves were merely the tools of their masters, along with ramps, pulleys, rope, and other useful materials of construction. The ironic and revolutionary engineering move behind Judaism began by treating former slaves as ends, as a social engineering means. It is not hard to see how bestowing former slaves with infinite worth in the eyes of God would constitute a value revolution metaphorically comparable to turning the Egyptian pyramid upside down. Yet even this understanding is superficial in comparison with an evolutionary grasp of this revolution. The true profundity of the Mosaic upheaval is revealed only from the perspective of nearly 4 billion years of biological evolution on Earth. The idea of being created in the image of God enforces a moral ideal in which every individual is of infinite worth in the image of God. If such an ideal were literally enacted in the world, it would amount to the total negation of biological evolution by natural selection. While biological evolution requires unequal success in survival or reproduction, the most perfect realization of God's image on earth would require equal entitlement to all that is true life for souls equal in infinite worth. The very idea of selection, in the general sense of natural or artificial discrimination among individuals on the basis of biological characteristics, is virtually identical to the root definition of immorality in the eyes of God. This means that God's reign upon earth would be identical to overcoming the means by which biological organisms, and especially humans, evolved on earth. To act in the image of God is to take steps towards ending biological evolution, and in doing so, to take steps towards bringing God into the world. One implication of human individuals valuing themselves and others as ends in themselves is that the entire rest of the world becomes viewed as means of human ends. This means that a technological worldview is the logical consequences of monotheistic values that ascribe unique and special value to humans as humans. Economic technological development is a further consequence of reshaping the entire rest of the world in accordance with the ultimate ends of all human life. That this economic technological development is simultaneously a means of bringing God into the world becomes apparent when God is understood to be the culmination of that development in the form of a global artificial intelligence. It was not only Egyptian slave masters who used human individuals only as means, and not as an end. Over the entire history of biological evolution on Earth, individual organisms arose that, from the view of the selfish gene, are only a means of propagating more selfish genes. To value the individual organism in itself amounts to throwing a monkey wrench in the gene machine. This may be the deepest reach of monotheistic revolution. The Exodus paradigm represents not merely one's people's desire for liberation from another people, but a human revolution against slavery to the selfish gene, whose final realization is identical to the evolution of a post-biological God. Bending bamboo, ascribing infinite value to each individual, was the first step in the social engineering revolution ascribed to Moses. A singular, undifferentiated God could sanction lone voices of dissent against the caste differentiations sanctioned by polytheistic gods. Monotheism represents the end of the hierarchy of the gods and the common Egyptian Gentile values they embodied. On the social level, God legitimated a kind of equality to undo the lingering sense of inferiority branded into slaves at the bottom of the Egyptian hierarchy. Remoralization was the condition and foundation of national regeneration. On one hand, individual and collective worth in the eyes of God created a basis of order that could affirm itself as qualitatively distinct from the old Egyptian order. On the other hand, this very valuation of individual lives bred new problems of its own. If taken too far in the absence of the force of Egyptian authority, the vastness of their new God-given freedom could spawn a swing from slave technology to the opposite extreme of total self-mastery against all authority. Holy egoisms unbound would lead to total anarchy. When one combines this scenario with the Jewish kinship paradox, the critical stance of the Hebrews so notable in Moses' criticisms of his own people, the potential for anarchy becomes even more obvious. In other words, the infinite value of each life actually exacerbates, not solves, the problem of religious political authority. By magnifying a basis for individual self-esteem, a godly self-image had the potential to magnify egoism and anarchic selfishness. Yet what it actually did was to lay the groundwork for a new, solid and reliable foundation from which the next step could work from. This foundation was reliable in the sense that there was no ambiguity that one was dealing with a social basis of individual egoisms. The next step arose from questioning the social consequences of this foundational valuation of individual ego souls. What would be alternative to individual selfishness? One of the greatest minds of the Jewish tradition, philosopher and rabbinic scholar Moses Maimonides, offered a solution to the problem of how to effect a permanent change in undesired behavioral traits. His solution is based on avoiding extremes and seeking a shvil, hazahav, or golden mean. If one is naturally stingy or argumentative, then the effort to achieve a golden mean will be insufficient, since one will have a natural tendency towards recidivism. In such cases, the 12th century scholar advocated a temporary effort to go to the opposite extreme. A commentary upon Maimonides' teaching illustrates this point. If a bamboo cane is bent in one direction and you wish to straighten it, simply holding the cane straight is of no use, for it will spring back. You have to bend it in the opposite direction, and then it will straighten. 54. For a learned trait, going towards the opposite extreme may achieve the desired balance. However, if the trait is congenital or genetic, then temporary correction will yield only temporary change. To make the behavioral change permanent, the corrective must, for all practical purposes, be construed as eternal. The Jewish religion originated, at least in part, as a permanent corrective to the apparently permanent characteristics of this stiff-necked people. An analogous corrective to a hereditary disposition would be eyeglasses. For a nearsighted person such as myself, the image that comes through the eye's natural lens comes to its focal point too soon, before it hits the retina. A concave lens corrects this problem by compensating, pushing the focal point in the opposite direction toward the retina. Through this corrective compensation, the desired golden mean of vision is achieved. Judaism, a civilizational technology that works through an analogous corrective compensation. This means that Judaism is not technological in a peripheral or incidental sense. Judaism is a form of technology in an essential sense. The needs addressed by its socio-technological function are basic to the very impetus of the invention of monotheism. Just as eyeglasses are corrective technology for blurred vision, Judaism is corrective technology for moral political anarchy. Moses' laws and teachings healed a broken people into a divine unity. By dividing the world into its characteristic notions of good and evil, Jews would see the world with moral clarity, so that the job of repairing the world tikkun olam, starting with themselves, could get done. Judaism both maintains and inhibits the consequences of the sanctity of life, because the holiness of life exacerbates the self-esteem and self-justification of moral critic dissenters. It only served to clarify the nature of the next step of the corrective. Judaism created a solution to problems that it, at least in part, created itself. Judaism's architects solved the problems created by formalizing the value of individuals with rules for social interaction. Love your neighbor as yourself. Leviticus 19:18. This is the major principle of the Torah, while Christians often think of this principle as characteristic of the New Testament. The Palestinian Talmud Nedarim 9:4 ranked Leviticus 19:18 as the major principle of the Old Testament. Yet in order to understand the importance of the original need for the injunction to love your neighbor as yourself, one must grasp what Jewish sages called sinat hainam, causeless hatred. The fall of the Second Temple, and hence the source of the entire diaspora existence, was traditionally blamed on causeless hatred. This was causeless hatred, not against Gentiles, but among Jews themselves. The selling of Joseph into slavery by his brothers has traditionally regarded as an archetypal expression of this Jewish sin. Dissenting opinions were considered normal and even desirable among members of the Sanhedrin, the ancient official Jewish council. Consequently, the Sanhedrin formed a separate governing body that often antagonized the Hasmonean king. The traditional discordant bickering and infighting among the tribes and factions of Israel arose at the expense of the strength and unity of the Jewish people as a whole. Causeless hatred can be traced, at least in part, to the Jewish kinship paradox. If the Jewish kinship paradox was sociobiological nature, then Jews needed a miracle, supernatural laws that transcended socio-biological nature. The injunction to love your neighbor as yourself was originally designed to correct the Jewish tendency towards causeless hatred among themselves. An expanded Orthodox Jewish translation of the major principle of the Torah clarifies this point. You shall not hate your brother in your heart, you shall reprove your fellow, and do not bear a sin because of him. You shall not take revenge, and you shall not bear a grudge against the members of your people. You shall love your fellow as yourself. I am Hashem. 55. Regardless of the most immediate cause of any particular case, if this general proclivity itself is innate or causeless, then its cultural remedy must be strong enough to match it. If selfish, discordant, or argumentative qualities create repulsion between people, love creates attraction between people. Like bamboo bent in the opposite direction of its grain to straighten it, the various commandments that realize this principle attempt to bend Jewish behavior in the opposite direction of its grain in order to make Jews morally straight. Original Judaism is more about behavior in this world than belief. Samuel Belkin, a former president of Yeshiva University, corroborated. Many attempts have been made to formulate a coherent and systematic approach to Jewish theology. All such attempts, however, have proved unsuccessful, for Judaism was never overly concerned with logical doctrines. It desired rather to evolve a corpus of practices, a code of religious acts, which would establish a mode of religious living in Judaism. Articles of faith and religious theories cannot be divorced from particular practices. The theology of Judaism is contained largely in the halakha, in the Jewish judicial system, which concerns itself not with theory but primarily with practice. If Judaism can be said to rest upon the twin principles, the sovereignty of God and the sacredness of the individual, this philosophy is clearly reflected in the halakha. 56. The sovereignty of God and the sacredness of the individual may be the closest thing to general principles in Judaism. Are these two principles a completely arbitrary legacy of a meaningless tradition, or is there something behind their constancy? It is precisely an evolutionary perspective that reveals the relationship between these two poles. Realization of the sacredness of the individual would realize the end of biological selection. Sovereignty of God is identical with the end of biological selection because God, in the form of artificial intelligence, would be identical to the sovereignty of post-biological evolution that brings the rule of biology to an end. Belkin also made the point that the behaviors commanded by Jewish law cannot be reduced to faith or consistent, logical, abstract principles. This view was affirmed even by Abraham Joshua Heschel, whose approach to Judaism stressed the inner spirit, or agada. Indeed, the surest way to forfeit agada is to abolish halakha. The purest intentions, the finest of devotion, the noblest spiritual aspirations are fatuous when not realized in action. Fact 7. The commandments of Judaism are for this world. In the entire 5 books of Moses, there is no clear mention of an afterlife. The afterlife represents a subsequent evolution. The key to changing behavior in Judaism is performing mitzvahs, the divine commandments which define good deeds. The Lord will make you the head, not the tail. You will always be at the top and never at the bottom. If only you obey and faithfully observe the commandments of the Lord your God that I enjoin upon you this day, but if you do not obey the Lord your God to observe faithfully all his commandments and laws which I enjoin upon you this day, all these curses shall come upon you and take effect. 2007, 13-15. If the law failed to reveal these divine consequences, it nonetheless had social consequences. It is said that if you don't believe in God and just do the mitzvahs of Judaism, you will end up believing. Mitzvahs performed had the power to take the raw material of freed Hebrew slaves, without inclination towards the political, and create order out of that chaos. They had the Creator's power to make something out of nothing. The creation of the Jews was possible only by going beyond sociobiological nature. The creation of the Jews began with a decree of supernatural law. Of the major religions, Confucianism might be the closest analogue to early Judaism. It is not simply because Confucius's golden rule, "Do not do unto others what you would not want others to do unto you," Analects 15:23, is virtually identical to Hillel's. Versions of the same golden rule can be found in nearly all the major religions. Judaism and Confucianism both emphasize ancestral wisdom as a guide for living in this world. They both emphasize behavior more than belief. Westerners tend to notice the relative lack of focus on ultimate justifications in Confucianism, but it is exactly here that one can discern an analogous emphasis on belief in learning and actual behavioral results. Jewish thinking identifies the Yetzer HaTov as the good inclination and the Yetzer HaRa as the evil inclination. The latter is associated with aggressive and lustful instincts, comparable to Freud's ID. Since the predilection of man's heart is evil from his youth, Genesis 8:21, the Jewish prescription is to change undesired inclinations through learning or channel them towards the good. Judaism's focus on behavior managed socially destructive inclinations by channeling them towards socially constructive ends, much like many secular liberal capitalistic philosophies. If channeled properly, Mosaic morality could overlap with forms of individual self-interest. Judaism is a technology based on an informal science of human behavior. Jewish moral laws are meta-socio-biological. They work to counter some aspects of Jewish nature and strengthen other aspects of Jewish nature because they work on an understanding about Jewish nature. The last 6 of the 10 Commandments, for example, suggest the basic social problems they sought to negate or correct: familial insubordination, murder, adultery, theft, lying, and greed. The popularity of the 10 Commandments among Christians and Muslims strongly suggests that the social inclinations that defy the commandments are hardly unique to Jews. The normative aim of Mosaic law is not the radically altruistic self-annihilation of universal love, but rather the golden mean. Without the internal peace and unity that the Mosaic golden mean aspired, Jews would be left fighting against themselves and hence left utterly defenseless against their unified enemies. Jewish social ethics of peace could then vilify both anti-social Jews and the anti-social Gentiles who sought to oppress or conquer them. Since Judaism rests, in part, on some generalizations about Jews perhaps, in a minority of cases, the commandments might bend certain inordinately altruistic Jews towards a kind of extreme altruism. Is this what happened in the case of Jesus of Nazareth? The logic of the other over the self, taken to its extreme, reveals the emptiness of the ultimate destination of radical altruism on a human level. If every person literally sacrificed themselves for any and everyone else, there would be no one left. From this view, it becomes more clear that altruism, in its original Jewish context, was not meant as an end in itself, but as a limited and selective corrective of Jewish individual egoism. Altruism aimed towards God, but human altruism could reach God only if humans exist in the first place. Jesus radicalized a form of altruism. But here, one must be very careful about precisely what kind of altruism Jesus radicalized. At first glance, it would appear that Jesus radicalized love your neighbor. Jesus did praise loving your neighbor, but neighbor can be ambiguous, somewhere between family and enemy. Insofar as loving your neighbor, in practical terms, amounts to loving your kin or your tribe, as opposed to enemies of your kin or tribe. Radicalizing the love of kin or tribe would amount to advocating radical Jewish nationalism. Was this Jesus' defining innovation, a morality of exclusive Jewish nationalism? You have heard that it was said, "You shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy." But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. Matt. Jesus' reversal in 44. Jesus' reversal implied not only loving your enemies, but hating your neighbor, insofar that is, as neighbor, is connected with family in opposition to enemy. Jesus did not radicalize the corrective of the Jewish kinship paradox. Jesus radicalized the Jewish kinship paradox itself. This is one reason why Jesus' innovations contradicted Jewish law at its traditional root. Instead of preaching love thy neighbor as a correction of causeless hatred, Jesus radicalized causeless hatred itself. Brother will betray brother to death, and a father his child. Children will rebel against their parents and have them put to death. All men will hate you because of me, but he who stands firm to the end will be saved. When you are persecuted in one place, flee to another. Matt 10:21-23. In place of the Old Testament commandment, "You shall not hate your brother in your heart," Jesus preached, in effect, "You shall hate your brother in your heart." This necessarily broke Jewish law, and this is why the kind of love Jesus advocated worked against Jewish nationalism and towards human internationalism. This extreme compelled the genesis of Christianity out of Judaism. Unqualified radical altruism leads to the negation of family values. Jewish law tried to promote a limited kin-selective altruism. not radical Jewish nationalism that would contradict the commandment, "You shall love the alien as yourself." Lev. 1934. Traditional Judaism strived for a realistic middle ground between exclusivism and inclusivism. And this is why traditional Judaism cannot be reduced to simple principles that radicalize either extreme. What made Judaism a revolution, and a precursor of the distinctly modern revolutions, was break with genetic naturalism through the rational organization of memes, Mosaic law over genes. The modern idea of revolution is connected with nurturism over naturism, because the idea of revolution implies the idea of changing one's fundamental source code. That is the fundamental constitutional premises of one's own existence. The core innovation at the heart of the 5 books of Moses is the Exodus paradigm, the inversion of the Egyptian pyramid hierarchy, the first revolution. From Judaism to Christianity, to the Neo-Judaism of liberal democracy, to Neo-Christianity of Marxism. All of these revolutions share in common the fire started by Moses, the decisive triumph of nurture over socio-biological nature. Like waves that ripple from a singular stone plunged in water, all share reverberations of the first revolution. Like a miracle, the ripples are gathering back to their singularitarian source, humanity's last revolution. Beyond nurture and nature, born to learn. Which is more important in determining a scientist's position on the nurture-nature question, nurture or nature? If nurture is more important, could a scientist's belief in genetic determinism be explained as the product of environmental conditioning or behaviorist methods of positive reinforcement? To prove the nurturists right would be to prove them wrong. Conversely, if nature is more important, could a scientist's belief in learning and revulsion to genetic determinism be explained as the product of a hardwired, genetic disposition? To prove the naturists right would be to prove them wrong. Could it be that the later case does indeed apply to the Jews? The evolution of Judaism poses a classic illustration of the complexity of socio-biological interaction that leaves the old simplistic nature-nurture bifurcation behind. The very idea that human behavior is primarily a product of cultural influences, and not hereditary influences, exposes a classic example of the human centrism that assumes a severance between the human species and the rest of evolved life. When the nature-nurture issue is applied to fish or horses, it is generally assumed that nature, by nature, plays a stronger role than nurture in determining their behavior. This implies that human nature, by nature, is less determined by nature. Humans, then, are less determined by nature because humans are superior to nature, by nature. What percentage of the distinctive human capacity for learning is genetic? If there is a 1 to 2% genetic difference between humans and chimpanzees, this means that, somewhere in that small percentage, lay genes for the distinctively human capacities for learning. Before culture can be conceived as the breaker of biology's leash, biology must make human culture possible in the first place. The nature to nurture is what is most distinctly human. The unique dynamics of human culture and civilization are made possible by evolved biological differences between human animals and non-human animals. Is the analogous paradox of Jewish universalism traceable to an inordinate biological capacity for learning? To claim that racial or genetic explanations of the Jews are not enough to comprehend them only begins to scratch the surface. To be a Jew is to partake in a way of life that places inordinate stress on learning over blind, instinctual expressions of genes. Some view this as morality. Others, as obedience to God. Jews have survived assimilation and persecution through an unusually concentrated interdependence or symbiosis of genes and memes. The central point here is that the Jewish emphasis on non-genetic factors or memes is decisive in defining what makes Jews different from other so-called races. The radicalization of this paradox is part of what makes Jews most different from Gentiles. A racist Gentile who ascribes or projects purely biological values onto Jews is attempting to make Jews more similar to Gentiles than they really are. Racial or genetic explanations are an inadequate basis for comprehending Jews for another reason. If the prime goal of Judaism were genetic preservation and purity, then the most obvious corollary of this goal would be to outlaw and vilify the possibility of conversion as evil. Conversion, however, is formally sanctioned as a basic traditional part of Jewish law. The entire notion of conversion, the very possibility of conversion, is a Jewish concept that is not always found with the same legalistic formality in other religions. Christianity grew out of this possibility of asserting the superiority of God's law over the laws of heredity. There are Mosaic laws in which God commands Jews to not hate converts strangers, laws designed to overcome normative sociobiological expectations of ethnocentrism. This would be not only incomprehensible, but precisely the opposite of what we would expect if ethnic purity was the major raison d'être of Judaism. The possibility of conversion emerges naturally as a further paradoxical consequence of the Jewish kinship paradox. The Jewish kinship paradox has the effect of dividing Jews into individuals, and the generally individualistic basis of Jewish law opened the possibility of conversion. Conversion is a natural corollary of the Mosaic solution of overcoming biology with learned law. Although something less than a beacon of clarity, I think it would be accurate to claim that the Jews are a racially mixed race. While Judaism has rarely sought out converts, the Jewish people are mixed with the blood of innumerable exceptions to the Gentile rule. Even if conversions were rare, they added up over the long course of Jewish history. That every living Jew almost certainly carries the genes of converts is evident in the ethnic divergence between Jewish, Groups geographically separated for considerable periods of time, especially between the Sephardim and the Ashkenazim. Only a rare Gentile would choose to join this oppressed group in pre-modern times. To go against the grain of Gentile attitudes would likely require self-selection for intellectual independence and other qualities characteristic of Jews. And beyond that, convert or not, selective pressures have shaped the character of Jews through loss of members unwilling or unable to maintain the Jewish way against the unending trials of a hostile world. Those who stayed with Judaism were likely those who best learned and internalized its survival strategy values, regardless of their genetic origins. The paradox of Jewish difference through certain biological capacities for learning may shed light on Jewish difference through a biological tendency to value learning. Note, for example, an observation of evolutionary biologist Stephen Jay Gould. Functioning societies may require altruism, but these acts need not be coded into our consciousness by genes. They may be inculcated equally well by learning. The same basic nurturist argument is also found in not in our genes, Biology, Ideology, and Human Nature, by evolutionary geneticist Richard Lewontin, neurobiologist Stephen Rose, and psychologist Leon J. Kamen. All four have been among the most prominent critics of sociobiology. All four are of Jewish origin. The laws of Moses are not in Jewish genes, they are in the Torah. Jews are not peripherally, but essentially the people of the book. It may very well be that Jews have a tendency to not value the genetic side of nature, nurture arguments because evaluation of nature over nurture carried less survival value for Jews. What appears to be a virtual Jewish rebellion against biology originated as a corrective to biology. Moses's technological correction of the Jewish kinship paradox could only work if his laws overcame and replaced straightforward expressions of biological naturalism in the social world. The tabula rasa of Judaism can be found in the story of the 40 years of wandering in the desert after Exodus from Egypt. After the golden calf incident, God told Moses, "The people that you brought up out of the land of Egypt have dealt corruptly." Exodus 32:7. In an instance of divine eliminationist anti-Semitism, God exhibited a genocidal intention to destroy Israel and give Moses a more fit people to lead. Moses, however, tied his fate to his people. Golden calf decadence betrayed a lack of self-control by a people still mentally mastered by Egyptian masters. A slavish, ghetto-like fear of the Canaanites who occupied the Promised Land betrayed a lack of self-mastery. God ultimately decided that they must wander 40 years so that a new generation, born in freedom, would be fit for the Promised Land. In God's relinquishment of genocide against the Hebrews, and his decree that they can and must wander in the desert for 40 years, one can see the ancient kernel of the modern tabula rasa idea that nurture can overcome nature. Moses saw that the only hope for Jewish survival lay in their ability to learn to work together to form a viable people. Just as many secular Jewish leftists believe all people can learn to work together to form a viable humanity. This paradoxical Jewish belief in learning often culminates in the belief that a Jew can fully transcend his or her Jewishness through learning. Yet the very existence of Jews is a historic verification of the ability of nurture to overcome nature. It should not be surprising, then, that many Jews lack perception of biological factors in the social world or find them as something to be corrected. Since this is only a very general statistical tendency, the existence of Jewish-descended critics of unsupportable overemphases on nurturism should not be surprising. That is Harvard psychologist and cognitive scientist Steven Pinker, author of The Blank Slate 2002 and The Language Instinct 1994. Whilst Pinker's account of the role of biological factors in human behavior stands congruent with his larger endeavor, an attempt of the human mind to understand itself, Jewish anti-sociobiologists are conspicuous for their lack of self-knowledge. The disproportionately Jewish attack on sociobiology was not merely a reaction to Nazism, but a symptom of why Jews were singled out by the Nazis in the first place. The Nazis attempted to assert the primacy of biological evolution at a moment when many Jews had grown unwisely confident that history had already decided otherwise.